Hello everyone. How you doing? Oh, game crash. Let me open it again. Hi everyone. How you doing today? How is it going? Are you having a good day? A good weekend? How are you? I hope you're doing great. Honestly, it's just what it is.
Please be happy.
But welcome to another stream of Please Be Happy. I haven't played this in a while, mainly because I was on vacation, and then when I came back, it was Papa Bar's time. So this is an amazing game from Studio Elan. If you don't know them, they make really great Yuri stories. It's amazing. It's really amazing. But yeah, hi Rin, hi Ash. How are you both doing? I hope you're doing great. Honestly, um, just for you to know. Oh, I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh yeah. Dang it. How is it? Where are my props? There we go. So, there you go. We have our Mimo. But yeah, let's play this game. So, if you don't know that, this is Miho, the main character of the story. So, she is a fox girl, and she's trying to find her way in the world, how she fits in, to trying to understand who she is and everything. And yeah, with further ado, we start the game.
Shall we pick up where we left off?
And we are picking it up where we left off, which was 2 months ago. Oh wow. But yeah, we are at 30% completion. Let's go. The fresh air is an instant relief, and I gulp it in as I stretch out my arms, just basking in the sun for a moment. I start walking to the bell house before I need to see, because I need to see Aspen before it gets too late. Fortunately, we had a late breakfast yesterday, so I have a bit more leeway than usual. I do my best to keep my head empty on the way there because if I let myself think, it'll turn bad. Oh, oh, I feel you. How it is? It's going. It's going. I got out of the phone with my parents and my brother today, and it got a little bit emotional. Not gonna lie. So yeah, I might be a little bit of an emotional bitch right now, but it's okay. So instead, I just focus on putting one foot in front of the other and on paying the minimum amount of attention to my surroundings. Thank you, Rin. Just enough to get me there. Aspen herself is working the counter when I enter the cafe, and she waves eagerly when she sees me.
Oh, Miho! I was just thinking of taking my break early to come see you. Juliet said you were feeling a little under the weather this morning.
I make my way up to the register, staring blankly at the menu. I could actually read some of it if I tried, but I'm not.
I can see what she means. Are you all right?
Nice, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Let me get,
The names of the different drinks that I like all swirl around in my head, but somehow picking one feels like an impossible challenge. I wasn't actually planning to stay or get something to drink. I just started ordering out of habit.
whatever you recommend.
Frowning, Aspen taps something into the machine. I reach for my wallet, but she waves a hand to stop me.
It's on me. Go sit down and I'll bring you something soon. Thanks.
Leaving her to that, I trudge to a booth and sit down, resting my head on my arms and closing my eyes. I could have just come inside and left again as soon as Aspen saw me, but I know that I wouldn't feel any better anywhere else. I could choose to go. At least this way I get a free drink out of it. I don't open my eyes again until I hear the sound of Aspen setting a cup down in front of me before taking a seat herself.
Thanks. Again.
Sitting up, I have a taste of whatever it is Aspen brought me. It's scalding hot and bitter.
What's in this?
Coffee!
What else?
Espresso? You look like you need it.
Gingerly, I take another sip, bracing myself against the heat this time.
One of your recipes?
No, I don't know who invented it, but it's been my go-to for years when I need a pick-me-up. Don't you feel more awake now?
No. The aftertaste lingers in my mouth, but I drink some more anyway.
Unfortunately.
Then it's doing its job. You really do look a mess, though. Were you crying?
She was, and I was too. Oh my. As soon as Aspen takes a second look at my face, see her take on the same look of concern as Juliet. I raise my cup to my lips again, just to hide myself.
Yeah?
There is an awful scraping sound as Aspen slides her chair a little closer to mine, taking one of my hands into hers. I pull away immediately.
Sorry, I should have asked first. What's wrong? Did I do something?
Her face starts to redden, and I already know what's coming next.
It's fine.
I don't know how to respond, so instead I opt for a question that's still lingering on my mind. So, answering it's fine when something is wrong is not healthy, guys. It's not.
Do you know who Cosette is?
Cosette? No, I don't believe I know the name. Is she a friend of yours?
No. Don't worry about it.
If Aspen doesn't know, I'm not going to be the one to tell her. Still, it doesn't surprise me in the lightest that Julia never mentioned her before, even though the two of them are supposedly close friends. As for my human, though, may as well just get it out there. At least, then we'll all be on the same page.
I found out my person is dead.
Although I've been sitting with that thought for hours now, it's the first time I've said the words out loud. To my own surprise, they come out as steadily as everything else. At least, I don't feel like I'm gonna cry.
Oh,
Finally, I glance at Aspen herself. Just like Julia, I can see her eyes widen and mouth drop as she tries to think of something more to say.
And you knew, didn't you?
Her hand toys uselessly with an abandoned straw rubber on the table.
I suspected as much, yes.
I sigh. Not surprised at all. I don't even have the energy to be that upset compared to when I was dealing with Juliet.
I'm sorry,
It's okay. Juliet already said it.
Well, I'm saying it too. I'm sorry. It seems you probably didn't find out in the best way. Not that there is a best way. That was why we were afraid to tell you. We didn't know how... Actually, I'm just going to stop talking.
Really? It's fine.
It's not fine, Mihon. You are hurting. I cut her off flatly before she can over-apologize. Start over-apologizing. Being apologized to makes me uncomfortable, like an itch I can't scratch. Putting my chin in my hands, I look out the window to the sunny day outside. It's as nice as it it ever is here.
I just wish you would have told me.
In our reflection, I see Aspen now.
If it makes you feel any better, we were going to soon. We'd already decided, but not on how. I assume Juliet told you.
More or less, yeah. She said something that made me figure it out.
I see.
Both of them just accepted my being upset so easily. Neither of them tried to argue or anything, just apologized. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Just like I'm not sure if Aspen's words make me feel better or not. Also, I have to ask what I'm getting out of doing this to myself, and to her, and to Juliet. Sitting here silently, stewing in my emotions. What felt like burning rage last night how feels now feels less explosive. I do wish they'd been more honest with me, but they were both just trying to be nice. It's not like I haven't done the things they were afraid of before, like run away. Well, when that's the case, is it really okay to still be upset with them? Sorting through complicated emotions is difficult. Like when things are straightforward, and I know to be sad or mad or something else. Right now, seeing how sad it's also made Juliet and now Aspen doesn't make me feel better either. Nothing else. I should at least tell them how I feel. Try to. Closing my eyes for a bit, I make myself my first real decision since leaving for Cosette's grave with Juliet yesterday.
Are you busy tonight? I want to talk with you and Juliet. Together.
She startles at the sound of my voice. I guess she didn't expect me to say anything else.
I'll be there. Just tell me when.
I don't know yet. I have to ask Juliet, but I'll have her let you know.
Okay, that works for me.
I stand up slowly and Aspen does the same. I can tell from the way she's still fidgety and nervous, though, that something's bothering her. There's a tiny pop as she snaps the paper straw wrapper in half.
Can you tell me one thing, though? Are you leaving?
She's really worried about that, isn't she? Feel a bit more confident about one thing as I shake my head.
No, I won't go anywhere.
Mm-mm. Okay, so botanical garden it is. There's no other option. After getting back to the library, I made the same request to Juliet about being able to talk together. Not only did she agree, she suggested that we go somewhere else, just for a change of pace. We shared a quiet taxi ride to the Botanic Garden, not far from Cosette's grave. Neither of us tried to talk, which suited me fine. I spent the whole ride trying to think about what I want to say. I imagine Juliet did the same thing. The taxi driver dropped us off as close as the entrance as possible, tipping his hat in thanks as Juliet faced him before driving away, leaving the two of us mostly alone. There are a few people around, but more of them are leaving than entering at this time of the evening. One of those, a figure sitting on a bench reading, stands up and approaches us. Then they step into the light. It turns out to be Aspen.
It's certainly a new feeling to be the one waiting, instead of waited for. Hi, Aspen.
Good evening, Aspen. I hope we didn't keep you waiting for long.
No, not at all. Besides, I can hardly complain when it gives me an opportunity to catch up on some reading. I thought about exploring the gardens a little, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my way back out.
There are worse places to be lost, at least. Thank you for indulging my request to come here in the first place.
It was a good idea. Not to say the library's gotten boring, but...
We never really go anywhere else?
I feel better now that I did this morning. At least enough to make a couple jokes. A lot of things still weigh heavily on my mind. But I am determined to not just be an emotionless rock. That wouldn't help anyone.
Precisely. I've never been here before either, so I'm eager to see the gardens.
It's been a while since I've been here myself, but I believe I remember a nice spot I used to visit with.
Instead of finishing her sentence, Juliet simply begins walking. Her cane makes a steady click, click sound as it taps against the stone ground. Aspen reads off some of the signs that we pass by, signs which I, of course, have never given a second glance at.
Stonebridge Gully. That sounds rather poetic. Perhaps I'll use it in a story sometime. Ah, Pine Hill Path too. Whoever named these gardens was having fun, weren't they?
Juliet still seems preoccupied, not ignoring us, but not seeming to pay much attention either. She does wait while Aspen pauses to read one of the big signs that talks about the gardens. She writes a little bit in her notebook when scurries back to us.
Sorry, one of the photos there caught my eye and I wanted to take some notes for further research. I hadn't realised there was more to this park than just this one garden.
Really? Like what?
There's an old estate for one thing. Also another garden just for native plants.
Ooh, that's nice.
There's even a cemetery not far away that's apparently part of it.
The steady rhythm of Juliet's cane misses a bit, but she keeps walking. After a short uphill stroll, we reach our destination. A small brick path just off the main road, leading to an overlook covered by a glass roof. There are a handful of benches around, but all of them are unoccupied.
Would this do?
Oh, Juliet, it's breathtaking.
I have to agree. Aspen walks slowly to the edge of the overlook, pressing a hand against the glass as she looks out over the view. I stand beside her and do the same. We're higher up than I thought, with a good view of the rest of the botanic garden from here. I even spot the main gate, far across the same rolling green hills that I noticed a couple days ago tower over us. Though she smiles, Juliet doesn't join us. Instead, she's sitting down on one of the benches.
What do you think, Miho? How does it compare to some of the sights you've seen?
It's pretty nice. I like the view from up on Mount Victoria better, though.
Oh, it's been quite a while since I went up there. Perhaps I should see it myself sometime and compare.
You should. You can see the library from the top. I used to go up there to clear my head before I started living at the library.
I'll be sure to invite you along, then.
Aww. She lingers for just a moment more, gazing out at the darkening sky before taking a seat on the bench across from Juliet. Only I stay standing, pacing back and forth. Despite the pleasant chatter just a moment ago, now that we all now that we are all here and settled, both Aspen and Juliet sit quietly by expectantly waiting for me to speak first. Since I was the one who asked them to come here, it falls to me to start the conversation. But where to begin with? I've been thinking about that all day, and I've decided that maybe I should just start at the beginning, the very beginning.
I never told you anything about my person, right? About Changin.
They both shake their head. Taking a deep breath and clearing my throat, I close my eyes and cast my mind back to the forest all those years ago.
I was just a regular fox back then. I
I-
don't know how old I was. Foxes don't think like that. All we know about is eating snacks and lying in the sun. That was all I really did, all day long. No hobbies or jobs or responsibilities. Just existing. I knew what humans were in the same way I knew what leopards and bears were. Big and scary and something to avoid. It was rare to see one in the forest, but it happened. Most of the time, they were noisy enough that you could hear them coming from far away and hide. That was the first thing that was different about my person, Tongin. I was taking a nap in one of my favorite spots, an old log that had fallen over. Tongin came all the way over and sat down before they woke me up. And when they did, I panicked. I ran and hid as fast as I could. I think they were surprised too. They didn't try to catch me or stop me. Instead, they kept their distance and tossed me a little bit of the meat they were eating. I didn't trust them and didn't know why they were sharing, but it smelled pretty good. So I grabbed the food and ran away, and eventually they left. When I went back to my log the next day, Tongin showed up again too. I ran away again, but they still didn't chase me and let me come back on my own. We did the same thing the next day, and the next day, and the next. Then, one day, I was in a new part of the forest. I liked wandering around even as a fox. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, when suddenly, it felt like my leg was on fire.
I gotta go
I
home.
didn't know what it was at the time, but I'd walked right into a trap that a hunter left. I couldn't move as much as I tried, and it's still the scariest thing that ever happened to me. I was sure I was gonna die. Finally, Tongin showed up. At first, I thought they were there to finish me off. Instead, they were worried for me. They knelt down and got my foot out of the trap, and then wrapped it with a part of their shirt to stop it from bleeding. That was when I finally figured out they weren't going to hurt me. I kept going to the grove to see them, and they kept being there. I let them get close enough to touch me after that. Still, they didn't do it much. It was only to check on my leg and make sure it was healing okay. One day I went, and they were waiting like always, but they brought a lot more food than usual. And they gave it all to me, hardly eating anything themselves. After I was finished, we sat together for a while. They sat on my log, and I laid in the grass nearby. Finally, they got up like usual and set two things on the ground. One was a bag of food, the same as they had just given me. The other was a little paper scroll. They patted me on the head for the first and only time. Then, they left our grove. At the time, I didn't think that day was anything special, other than the extra snacks.
Mhm.
But it was the last time I'd ever see them. When I came back the next day, they weren't there. I waited, just in case they were late, but they never showed up. The scroll they left and some of the food were still there. Other animals had taken a lot of the food, but they didn't want the paper. I took the scroll with me when I left. I didn't know what it was, but it was theirs, so it had to be important. My only option was to carry it in my mouth. I went back again the next day, expecting them to show up, but they never did. I don't know how many more days it took before I realized they weren't coming back. Once I did, it was all I could think about. I kept looking for them, but I couldn't find them, as much as I wanted to.
Thank you, Ash. Again. No. Thank you.
I didn't even know why I wanted to see them so badly. Just that I did. While I was thinking about that, I started to choke. Something came out of nowhere and was stuck in my throat. Finally, I coughed it up. A bead. I'd never seen it before, and definitely never swallowed it. I left it and went back to my den, but it was waiting for me there too. No matter where I went, it was always waiting. So finally, I touched it with my nose.
Mm.
Everything after that happened so fast. 1 second I was there, just a normal fox. The next, I was in this new form, not sure how or why. Some things came to me naturally, like using my new body and walking on 2 feet, and even how to turn back into a fox. But I still thought like an animal and acted like one. I didn't know any words that I could even think with. I had to learn those and all kinds of other human behaviors the hard way after getting chased away from villages and strangers that I met. Over time, I learned how to hide and blend in and steal and just how to survive. I followed Jungin's scent all the way to the ocean. I'd never seen so much water, not even close. I had no idea how huge it was. I boarded a ship like Jungin had, not knowing that it would take me somewhere different than the one they took. And I've been looking for them ever since.
Mijo. When I open my eyes again, they are heavy with tears. But this time, I don't try to hide them. I didn't mean to talk for so long, but once I started remembering, everything else just came naturally. Turning to face Aspen and Juliet, I see they are crying too.
Oh, Miho. They sound like they were a wonderful person.
I can see why you never stopped searching for them. They were truly special, weren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they really were.
Remembering how their hand felt on my head and the softness of their touch as they inspected my leg. Those thoughts hurt as much as the hunter's trap did, but also they make me smile too. I've often worried that they might have forgotten me, but I don't think they did. They only knew me as a fox before I had any magic. So their memories just stayed intact. Those days weren't long, but they were special to me. And I hope to Jongin too. And so I don't want to let them become painful memories. I want to smile when I think about them.
Anyway, I'm sorry for getting so mad at you yesterday, Juliet.
Well, she deserved it a little bit, just a little bit. Don't worry.
And for how I acted this morning with you, Aspen. I know that you both just wanted to keep me from getting hurt. But that's another thing, too. It feels like you're always looking after me, or taking care of me.
Yeah, she is not a kid.
There are lots of things I'm still learning, but I'm not weak. I've taken care of myself for a long time, you know. So, I don't want it to be like that anymore. I want you to be honest with me from now on, both of you. Even if it's something that would make me sad or angry.
I'm proud of you, Miho. I'm really proud of you.
I promise that I won't run away without saying anything. I won't just disappear no matter what happens. Because if we're really friends, then we should trust each other, right? That's one of the things I've learned.
My gosh. Having said everything I wanted to, I finally sit down, taking a spot between the two of them, just like at breakfast every morning. Okay, Rain, just listen to my voice while you fall into the land of the dream. I will be seeing you in there. I will see you in your dream. Okay, cutie? And I wake up early tomorrow to play Space Engineers for the next 5 days. And Rain, don't overdo yourself. Like, don't just wake up to play Space Engineers. Take care of yourself. Do whatever you need to do. Go touch some grass. And if you need to talk to me, please do. I will always be there for you. For a second, the three of us sit there quietly. Then Juliet begins to speak. You're off for a while, so you can relax a bunch. That's good.
I hear what you say, Miho.
Love you
And
too,
I
Rain.
agree. You're not the only one still learning things, you know? I have a long way to go to. For years, I felt it for the best to remain open, but guarded. If I maintained a comfortable distance, even from those I call my dearest friends, then I would be protecting myself. By never getting to know anyone too well, by withholding any meaningful details of my life, I thought to avoid the pain of loss again. But all I've done is keep myself from experiencing that joy of companionship again, while even causing hurt to others. I'm not too experienced when it comes to being honest myself. Or perhaps only honest to a point. But you're right, Miho. That isn't how it should be. From here on out, I'll endeavor to be more open, more real, with both of you. For myself, and for you.
Juliet looks in our direction, but in particular at Aspen right now.
As such, Aspen, there's something that I'd like to tell you.
She begins telling Aspen about Cosette in much the same way she told me yesterday. Oh boy! I sit quietly and think about what she said. Now make a beautiful trouble, but a lovely cottage in the country, adopt a child and some shelter animals, and be happy and give forever to them. Briar, I would love that. Really do. But I don't think I can. Sorry. It's just lots of emotion right now. So first of all, make a beautiful trouble. It's a lovely idea. But I have the feeling that people don't want to have me around for a long time. Yeah, they like spending time with me for a while and then just leave. And the people I know, they don't want children. So here I am, a barbarian unicorn who is a mom, forever forced to be a single mom. Even when I'm not single, it's just like I cannot trust on the people I know to want children. Shelter animals. I already have two. I have two cats. I love them with all my heart. Hi, nurse. You got me in a very emotional state. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh. But hi, Briar. How you doing today? I love you too, Briar. You're amazing. Thank you, Ash. Thank you so much. I'm a mess. I am really a mess. I wish I wasn't, but I am. Thank you, Briar. I really wish I could have someone just giving me a fucking huge hug. But hey, I'll be okay. At the end of the day, I'm always sad. Hearing Juliet express herself reminds me of me. In the end, we've both always been running away, haven't we? So what are we building here? A pedal paddle? Sorry. I had to blow my nose and I forgot to mute. Sorry. Despite how perfect and put together Juliet's always seemed, she's actually been struggling just as much. She was just better hiding it than me. As Juliet recounts the vow she made in honor of Cosette, I see Aspen is listening with rapt attention, like when she gets really absorbed in one of her books. When Juliet finishes her story, both of them have to wipe their eyes. Aspen rummages around in her bag and pulls out a small pack of tissues, offering one to Juliet, before noisily blowing her nose and wiping her eyes. They're like me right now! Dang it!
God, that's certainly a lot to take in. Thank you for telling me, though. Cosette sounds like she was a wonderful person, just like Johnine. I wish I could have met her.
Okay, now it's sounding like a cattle paddle. Like a big cattle paddle.
I wish you could have as well. She would have had endless stories to recount. and I know she would have loved to share them.
As for all the other stuff, first of all, I promise, to both of you, I want us to be truly friends as well. I don't have anything quite so dramatic in my past, but I certainly know how it feels to be performative.
Paddle, paddle, best paddle? I thought that you were the best paddle, Rick. And Briar, you'll bring the squishmallows? What are the squishmallows? Are they marshmallows?
I can hardly fault you for curating your self-image when I do the same thing. It's kind of funny, actually, and a little scary to hear you talk about Cosette and Zhongyin.
Because of plushies. Okay, hear me out. You see this plushie that I'm having on stream? This one here? This one? This one? This one. I have it in real life. I have this plushie. I have Miho's plushie on a shelf. And I love it so much. She is also with Mocha's plushie. From Mocha is the plushie that Lulu made. So I also have that one. Oh yeah, you'll be surprised how many merchandise I have from streamers and stuff. Yeah, that one, Ash. That one. It's with Miho on a shelf. They're hanging out. And probably because I also just done something. Let me just go through it. I will show you. Just give me a sec. 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 Where do I have this thing? Here. Just a second, guys. So, maybe this is the one. There we go. That one is the other one. I have requested, I have pledged for it. And it's like we only need 35 people for this to happen. I really want Sif's plushie. Like, look at it. I'm gonna leave you the URL here. So for you to just sign in and pledge for it if you want to. It's $2 for pledging and $27.99 plus shipping when the project launches. If you want it, it's there. If you cannot afford it, it's also okay. Sif is really happy that she got a chance to talk to Makeshift to make her own plushie. So it's fine. Back to the game.
Because as someone who will one day be past tense, I often wonder about how I'll be remembered when I'm gone. Not that I expect that to be any time soon, but still, I hope that someone speaks of me just as fondly someday.
Isn't that the dream girl?
There will be more than enough time for me to worry about that in the future, though. Right now, I'm glad we had this conversation. It was worth the near panic attack I had earlier, wondering what would be said tonight.
Oh,
Me too. I still have a lot to think about, and I'm still sad. But I don't want to be sad forever. I know it's not what they would have wanted for me either. But I do know that I'm lucky I met you two, and that you're my friends. I want it to stay like that.
my cheeks burn from saying something like that out loud for the first time ever. But I like saying it because it's true. Although I'd already made up my mind to stay, it's sitting here in the middle of the gardens that I know I made the right decision. For all the doubts I had, all the struggles, I'm thankful that it happened. And I can finally admit that to myself. Maybe it won't turn out the way I expected, but for once, I'm content with my life right now.
Well said. And don't worry, Miho. We're not going anywhere.
Even if it's not always perfect, it doesn't need to be. Just like Juliet. Hi, Leon. How you doing, cutie?
Oh, Miho, I'm glad too. The first time you stepped into the Bell House was one of the luckiest days of my life.
All I have to do is keep trying, like Aspen. So maybe another first time would be appropriate. Hopping up from the bench, I grab Aspen's hand and Juliet's hand and pull them to their feet too. Oh my gosh! I love that image! Then spreading my arms as wide as I can, I pull them both into a hug. Oh my gosh, you're good. Your boyfriend is buying you these shoes that look a little like wolf paws. Oh, that's adorable. Isn't it adorable, Ash? Everything is so cute. Gosh, this game just go right to the feelings. So, this is the main thing about Studio Elan. They have amazing visual novels. And for instance, the artist that did this game is Adi Rosa. And she's amazing. Like, let me just grab this. Uh, so, if you don't know who Adi Rosa is, she is an amazing person and she is amazing. This game will make you cry. I think it hits you right in the feels. It does. It does. But it's so good. Without hesitation, I feel them embrace me in return. From that first day at the cafe, all the way to now. It's chilly out here in the gardens, in the cool evening air, but it's warm in Aspen and Juliet's arm. And I smile to myself, and to them, and to anyone who may be watching. Oh boy!
Mine too.
After spending a bit more time walking around the gardens last night, Juliet and I went back to the library, and Aspen took a bus back to her apartment. Once we got back, I fell asleep almost immediately, my brain finally getting some relief from all the emotions of the last few days. In the morning, once I got downstairs for breakfast, it's pleasantly familiar toast, eggs, and fruit like always. and conversation about books and work and Wellington. After cleaning up, but before Aspen starts, Juliet clears her throat.
By the way, Aspen, I do believe this weekend is a special occasion. Am I correct?
Oh my gosh.
I had been trying to ignore that until now, but yes.
Wait, what? What happens this weekend?
This Friday is my birthday. A brutal reminder that, like we just discussed, time won't wait for me.
Whoa! Humans have parties for that, right? Are you gonna have a party?
No, I'm not turning 12.
No, but Aspen, you should have a party with your friends.
How old are you turning?
Hijo, that's a little bit rude.
Not 12?
I thought parties were a thing you got to do your whole life. That's not fair that only 12-year-olds get to have them.
It's not like that. They're just one of those things that you grow out of.
I don't. I enjoy having a birthday party.
Why?
Why what?
Why do you grow out of them?
Her brow gets some more creases, like she's trying to explain this as much to herself as to me.
It's just part of being an adult. You get older and older and you reach the real world and then you don't feel like having a party, I suppose.
You should have a party.
When you're young, it's exciting getting older because there's so much you can't do as a child.
Imagine growing out of stuff. I say staring at Legos. I still enjoy building Legos. I still enjoy doing stuff with my kid. I still enjoy parties. I enjoy video games. I enjoy everything. I will never grow out of that.
Once you're an adult, you realize that what you thought adult life would be like isn't real. So instead of being excited that there's cake and ice cream, you start worrying about how many calories are in each.
No, wrong. Like, I eat cake, I eat ice cream. If there are too many calories, I will get fat. Yes, but there is a gym I can go to.
What's a calorie?
Never mind.
You know, Miho has a point.
She does?
I do.
Hi Gigi, how you doing? I saw that you have TTS right now. Screw calories into your life, eat what you want. I mean, and Ash, that sounds like a great thing, but I believe that consent is required in my case. Wait, I think I have TTS too. I do have TTS, don't I? Should work also. Let's see.
Hello, Gigi. How are you doing today?
Did you hear it? Nice. Alright, back to the game.
You're never too old to have fun, as you both went out of your way to remind me. 25 can be just as much a reason to celebrate as 5.
25 is not being old. Come on.
I suppose you're right. For the record, I'm only turning 24. Thank you very much.
You're still young, girl.
Still, I'm not the partying type. Plus, I told my parents I'd go visit them this weekend. Just for a day, mind. I'll be back well before 24 hours have passed.
That's wonderful. I'm sure they'll be overjoyed to see you.
I'm sure they will be, at least for a little while. I still wouldn't want to stay for more than a weekend, even without Miho to keep in mind. Longer than that, and my mum and I would probably go crazy.
Aww.
I'm not leaving Welly until late Saturday evening, though.
That, things never... Then... Love you too, Briar, and take care of things, okay? Thank you so much for popping in. I appreciate the hell out of you.
Would you mind going with me to the bus stop on that day, Miho? Just to be extra safe.
Yeah, of course.
Even without a party, would you let us treat you to dinner on Friday evening? We can go wherever you like.
Aww.
That would be nice, thank you. No gifts, though. It won't be a party.
That's easy, because they wouldn't know what to get you anyway. Where do you want to go?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll let you two know. Maybe you can come over on Friday evening, and we'll go from there.
Come over? Where?
To my apartment? I do have my own place to live, you know. And, well, it isn't anything special, but I felt I should at least let you two see it. Only if you want to.
Of course I want to!
I mean it. It's the definition of average. I'm not even sure if it can fit 3 people.
It is indeed.
I lived in a dirt hole for most of my life. I can handle anything.
Good point. You'll feel right at home then.
I'd love to come visit as well. Thank you for the invitation.
Great. I'll clean up and make sure the cats are on their best behavior. It's been quite a while since we've had company.
I can't wait!
Let's heal us. Chit chat for a little bit longer until it's time for us all to split up for the day.
Miho, do you have any plans for the day?
Not yet. Why?
I was planning to go see a movie soon. Would you like to come with me?
Stay safe, Gigi.
You're more than welcome too, of course, Juliet, but I imagine it's rather late for you.
Unfortunately so. I'll be up a while longer, but I wouldn't be able to make it through an entire movie. I hope that you enjoy it, though.
I understand. Miho? It's fine if you don't want to come along, but the showing starts in an hour, so we'd need to leave soon. I prefer to get there before it's crowded.
What's a movie with husband or rest at home with Yuri? Ooh, we can make a decision! We can make a decision! Can I save? Can I save? Save. 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 Oh, what should we do, guys? What should we do? 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 Movie day. Let's put 3 minutes. I put up a poll. You can just vote for whatever you want. What should we do? 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 Stay home? 1 vote. Interesting, interesting. someone likes our resident vampire more than the human. That's a tie. Okay, someone likes the human more. So what will be the final vote? What would it be? Ooh, what's the movie? 2 votes against 1. By the way, guys, I don't know if you noticed, but my height rate routine has changed a little bit. Oh, Ash wanted the vampire. Interesting. I mean, not surprised at all. I mean, goth chick or nerd? That's the decision here. How not surprised? I'm not surprised that you go for goth chicks. You want to change your vote? Do you want to go for the vampire too, Leon? Yeah. Okay. Oh. So now is 2-2. There is a tie. Because Leon wanted to change his vote. So now it's a tie. But yeah, Ash, you're going for gold chicks? Like, I'm a goth chick. And I know that you are into goth chicks. There we go. Best vampire usually equals older. So it's not that I am a goth chick, it's that I'm older. Is that what you mean, Ash? But honestly, I would go for Juliet first as well. Oh, aren't you cute, Ash? Aren't you cute? Just getting all flustered. Hi, Alls. How's it going? It's going well. How are you doing, Alls? Calling you out like that. How there? Okay, listen, cutie. Listen. If you wouldn't like me calling you out like that, you could have said something. Do you like it? Do you like it when I pay you the latest attention, don't you? You like me saying that you are a cutie. You like it when I say that you like me. You're a bit mad today? Not really in the mood for today. Oh no. Right, we have a tie. So what do we do? Alls, you are the untying vote. Should we go for the vampire chick? Or should we go for the nerd? well, probably is just another state in the US. So there are good people, there are bad people, there is a lot. But if us is there, that means that it's a great thing. The one on the right, the nerd one? Alright. Do you like them both? Hmm. Yeah, me too. Me too. Like, honestly, in real life, I would probably go for the nerd girl. But the vampire is just appealing. I don't know. But yeah, we got our decision made. We will go with Aspen.
Sure, I'll go. It's like watching a really big TV, right?
Precisely. I'm sure you'll have a great time. Have fun, both of you. I'll see you two later.
See ya!
Good night.
With that, Juliet waves goodbye and goes to bed.
Are you ready to go?
Yep, I am.
Aspen leads the way outside and down the road.
So what movie are we gonna see?
It's based off a book that I read a long time ago. I should have mentioned that it's a horror movie. That won't be a problem for you, right?
Nah, it's fine.
Hmm.
What's a horror movie?
Oh no, mijo.
A scary movie. This one's about a creepy clown that terrorizes a small town.
But they're gonna watch it.
A clown? How is that scary?
Well, he's not a regular clown, although those are frightening enough on their own. You'll just have to see, I suppose.
Alright. I didn't know you liked scary things.
Mhm.
I don't watch them that often, but like I said, I read the book a long time ago, so I already know what happens.
The only horror movie you watch? I've watched some of them, and they're not really my thing, but some of them are really good. Like, honestly, what's it called? The Shining. That movie got me on edge, the whole film. Like, really, I wanted to punch something. Alien is a really horror movie. The first one, the one that is on the ship and you have to escape the xenomorph. That was great. That was an amazing movie. I've watched The Ring. It's one of those movies that I don't care about. Like, supernatural things happening and it was boring. 13 Ghosts, I don't know, it was more about visual effects than horror itself, so it was okay with me. Movies I cannot stand is just the ones that are based on gore, like Soul. That movie I cannot deal with it. It makes me puke. Only that is not too much. That's too much. But I usually go for other kind of movies. I love some comedy. I love action. I love fantasy. Like, one of my favorite movies of all time is, it's not fantasy actually, it's science fiction. Is The Fifth Element. That's a great movie, honestly. One of the best movies ever. What other movies I really like? Blade Runner is a great movie, but it's too slow. Like the original one. The one with it wasn't it was no, it wasn't It was dang it. Harrison Ford. So those movies are amazing, honestly. I really like them. Horror is not my thing. Like if I get jump scared or just tension, I punch. I'm a barbarian. Honestly, I punch. I get tense and I want to punch. But yeah. Apart from that, I don't know. I enjoy comedy more than anything. Hi Sarah! Long time no see, Yuri. I miss you. I miss you. We have to arrange one VR chat. Have you been all over the place? I'm dealing with some stuff lately, so it's hard to tell. But I'm okay, I guess. How are you? Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, okay. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Like, honestly, with all of you guys that I know you, I think that you'd love to have a community day in VR chat, I believe, where you could just come in and hug this unicorn, right? Because you're all saying hugs. Hugs for Barb. Barb needs hugs. All hugs. Has been stressed lately. Oh no. Oh no, cutie. Are you okay? If you have something in your mind that you want out of your chest, just DM me, okay?
It's just interesting to see how well it gets translated to the screen.
Hmm.
If it ends up being too much for you, just let me know. Not everyone has the stomach for these sorts of films.
Okay.
The movie theater is on the same street as the Bell House, but a lot further down. It's the one that Juliet showed me before. Back then, I told her that I didn't think I'd be interested in scary movies. But here I am anyway. It's not something I'd go see by myself though. I have a week off and I'm just hanging in VR chat. Oh, so you are telling me that you want me to spend some time with you in VR chat, don't you? Is that what you're saying? Aspen paid for both of our tickets, saying I can just pay her back later. We go inside through a pair of glass doors, like the ones at the museum.
Do you want any snacks?
Of course! What do they have?
Well, traditionally you have popcorn at the movies. They also have candy and other things too. If you'd like, we can share some popcorn.
Ooh! So the hands can touch while just grabbing some popcorn? Aspen, that's a very tricky thing of you. Are you gay?
Sounds good. I've never had popcorn from a machine like that before.
Aww.
Let's change that then.
Aww. Aspen goes up to the counter and places our order while I wait nearby. A minute later, she approaches me carrying an enormous tub of popcorn. It's at least as big as my head. Ears and all.
Whoa, that's huge!
Yeah.
Considering how much they charge for it, it's only fair. Come on, Let's go sit down.
I follow her down a hallway and through another door, where I finally get my first look at the movie screen.
Whoa! That's huge too!
It makes my TV look like a toy in comparison. In fact, it's probably bigger than my entire room. We go up some stairs and then sit down in one of the back rows near the middle. Aspen holds the bucket of popcorn in her lap and grabs a handful, right as something starts to play on the screen. Immediately, my ears are assaulted by blaring music and booming speech, with the sound coming from all around. I instinctively cover my ears first.
Is it supposed to be this loud?
Oh, I have to yell just to make myself heard.
Yes, but we're not. It's like the library. These are just previews for other movies that are coming out soon. But once the real thing starts, we're not supposed to talk.
Oh,
Although, it's not like there are many other people around that we'd be disturbing.
she's right. We're the only people in the theater right now. This must be why she wanted to see movie this early in the day. Eventually, I get used to the volume level. I grab a handful of popcorn from the bucket to munch on, and I'm surprised by how tasty it is.
Whoa! This?
I slap my other hand over my mouth to shut myself up, which makes husband laugh. She leans over to whisper,
It's fine. We won't bother anyone. It's just good to know for the next time you see a movie. Oh. Okay.
and they cute.
This is really good.
Oh, you can hear me now for some reason. Okay. So what I was saying, Sarah, is that you're letting me know that you have a week off and you're gonna hang out in VR chat. So is that a way to telling me that you want to hang out with me in VR chat? Is that what you're saying? Yes. Good to know. Maybe. Maybe. Okay, I know that maybe. I have lots of bottoms in this community, okay? That maybe is a yes, right? The main thing is, if I don't hear a yes from you, it's like maybe you don't want to. Maybe it's just that you're letting me know in case that, I don't know. I mean, if you want to hang out, just say it. I really don't have any problem with just hanging out with cute girls like you. You wanna? See? Good girl, Sarah. Good girl. Then I will text you about to see when I can do it. And you can too, okay? We sit through a few minutes worth of previews before our movie finally begins. Aspen and I, mostly me, if I'm being honest, are almost halfway through the popcorn already. The movie gets right into the action. Within the first couple minutes, the clown Aspen mentioned is already causing chaos. I thought clowns were supposed to be funny, but apparently this one didn't get the memo. I'm not bored, but I'm not exactly scared either. Thank you, Ash. At one point, there is a loud bang as the evil clown jumps out of the darkness. Sayochi! Hello, hello! Konbanwa? What was that? That was Ash throwing love at me. those are some hearts I model myself in Blender. Why do I get bonked? Did I say something wrong? Did I say something wrong? Which one? That I get bonked? You saw a bonk and you pressed it just like that. You said like, I want to bonk. I want to bonk. I want to bonk. Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Beside me, Aspen jumps in her seat, almost spilling the popcorn on the floor. Embarrassed, she wraps her arm tighter around it so it doesn't happen again. The movie lasts a lot longer than I expected. By the time we leave, it's almost lunchtime. Although I'm too full of popcorn to be hungry. It was a real neuron active moment. Like, honestly, there are a couple of models on the redeems that I model myself. Like, for instance, the hearts, I model myself. And also these cans, I also model myself, and I recorded the sound too. Stepping out into the sunlight, I noticed Aspen's face is pale, and she wipes her hand on her blouse.
So, how did you like it?
It was alright. I don't think I was ever very scared, though.
That's good. I thought I would be okay since I knew what was going to happen, but it startled me a few times.
And I need to do squats. Okay, I will do a squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There you go, Sarah.
Yeah, I noticed.
At one point, she was even covering her eyes.
Well, there's a reason I don't watch those types of movies very often. I'm glad you had a nice time, though.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Maybe next time we can see something that's easier to watch.
Finally, Aspen manages a smile.
Yes, I'd like that.
Yeah, they want to be on a date, don't they? Okay, so we have no people on any of these points. I was going for the waterfront all the time. I will go there. The waterfront is always a bit of a tourist hotspot, but I suppose I'm not immune to be curious about tourist attractions. This time, I take note of a capsule machine that dispenses fortunes. I don't know how much I believe in fortune telling because I don't know that much about it. But this machine's whole gimmick is that it has a magical golden fish in it that supposedly came out of the bay that lays eggs that tells you fortune. Of course, the fish is fake, and its eggs are little round capsules that you exchange a coin for. Just so happens I have a coin rolling around with a hint in my pocket, so I give it a go. Is there a cooldown on butt squats? Yes, there is. Saying that you can only redeem it once per 30 minutes? something like that. There is also a limit of 10 times in the total of stream and only 2 per user. The golden fish revolves artificially as the machine grows with age and releases a fish egg. It's a little bit cute. I see why the tourists like this thing. I pop the orange capsule open and take the paper that's inside. Just realized I can read this. I totally forgot that the fortune will be all text. Oh well, I'll bring it to someone who can read it to me later. I hope it's something good. Okay. What if I go twice to the waterfront? This market is in full force right now. Rows and rows of displays, steadily showing off freshly caught fish, with lines of people twisting all around the market waiting to purchase the goods. As I walk through the crowds, the dead eyes of hundreds of fish seem to pierce my soul. Don't get me wrong, I'm not squeamish about raw fish in the slightest. I mean, I've caught and eaten plenty of fish as a fox before. But isn't there something a bit little morbid about lining up their little bodies for everyone to ogle? If it were me, I'd just eat them right after catching them. That's when they are best. It seems more respectful to the fish. I guess that's why they are the merchants and not me. Ah! Ah! Aspen home! We're going to Aspen's! Later in the evening, Aspen sends a message to Juliet to let her know that she's ready for us to come over. And the two of us walk down to the address she gave us. Juliet leads the way, of course, as I don't know many of the streets by name. Sarah, never worry about that. If you have to go, you have to go. Thank you for stopping in and have lovely dreams, okay? Love you, girl. Sleep well. Later in the evening, Aspen says, oh, I already read that. Oh, also, you're also going? We eventually arrive at an unremarkable looking apartment building. Just a few stories tall and without many decorations out front.
This is the place. I believe she's on the ground floor.
Not too far away, one of the floors swings open and Aspen pokes her head out to wave us over. Oh, okay. Okay, I was confused. I thought in asking before just saying anything. Hi, Hobbit. Good time zones? What are you talking about? We're in the same time zone. We are even in the same country. You know that, right?
Miho, Juliet, over here. Aspen!
She holds the door open with one hand while pushing something away from her feet.
No! Stay back, you two.
I freeze, halfway to where she is.
What's wrong?
I didn't know that. I just got used to the. That's fair. That's fair. But it's nice to see you here.
I said, no, not you, Miho. I'm talking to the cats.
Aspen gestures for us to come inside while keeping an eye on the floor. Juliet and I hurry in, and Aspen shuts the door behind us.
Well, ta-da! Or something. Whoa!
The entire place is just one room, except for a small bathroom right across from the door. It's a tiny kitchen area with a fridge, stove, and a microwave. Everything else is basically a bedroom. There is a dresser, a small desk with a computer, and Aspen's bed itself. Some luggage and boxes are scattered around, which I'm guessing were part of Aspen's cleanup.
I hope that was the good kind of whoa.
I adore the fairy lights and plants. They make it feel very welcoming. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks. It was a good wow, don't worry.
I didn't really have any expectations, but I'm still kind of surprised by how small it is. I figured she'd been exaggerating that part at least a little bit. The decorations make it feel fitting for Aspen though. Two pairs of green eyes peek at us from around the corner, and both cats go dashing under the bed as we step further in.
Sorry there's not more space to sit down. You can see why I don't have company over very often.
Hmm.
You can sit on the bed if you'd like. Or the computer chair.
Oh, it's fine. I'm okay on the floor.
Yes, you are. You're a cute fox. I take a seat with my back against the dresser while Juliet sits down on the bed as invited. Aspen ends up taking the sole chair for herself. Almost as soon as I sit down, I spring back up, remembering the occasion.
Oh, yeah! Happy birthday!
Yes, happy birthday, Aspen. Here's to another wonderful year.
Thank you. This year has been pretty good, I must say.
Narrowing my eyes, I inspect Aspen, who notices and frowns at me.
Can I help you?
You don't look any older.
I'm glad to hear that. It doesn't just happen overnight on your birthday, though. Not that you would be aware of that, I suppose. Anyway, enough about that. Are you too hungry? We've already done everything there is to do here, I believe. Now you understand why I never have people over.
It's fine. I don't mind just sitting around. But yeah, I'm always ready to eat.
Oh.
Have you decided where you want to go?
I think so. There's a seafood restaurant that isn't too far away that I enjoy, but don't go to very often. Does that work for both of you?
I'm okay with anything. I just like food.
Indeed. It's your birthday, so we'll have whatever you want.
All right. Let's get going then.
The restaurant is a bit of a walk from Aspen's apartment, but it's a nice day, so I don't mind. We end up at the pier, not too far from the museum I visit. I love some seafood right now. Yeah, seafood is good, isn't it? It's the only animal I eat when I visit my parents because otherwise they will not go to any restaurant I can have vegan food in. So I just have to compromise and include seafood. Why? Because they are insects of the sea and they should pay for that. My parents. Saying big on seafood. Do you all want seafood or do you also are vegan and only eat seafood? Which one? I'm curious. It's not a very big place, but it's bigger than the Bell House. Half of it just out over the ocean itself. We can sit there right away at the long table with metal stools.
It sure smells fishy.
It's supposed to. That means it's fresh.
Our waiter brings 3 menus, setting one in front of each of us, and promises to come take our order soon. Aspen and Juliet both pick up their menus to start to flip through, so I do the same. But you're pescatarian. How nice.
Let me know if you need help reading anything, Miho.
Thanks.
Fortunately, there are plenty of pictures. The Bell House could learn a thing or two from here. And even able to read some of the words, like fish and corn, but there are others that don't recognize at all. So, on that front, I only eat the crustaceans and mollusks. I don't eat fish.
What do you usually get here, Aspen?
Well, they're most well known for their crab, although it's very messy. And expensive, so I've never had it. I usually get the clam chowder or fish and chips if I want to hate myself later.
Oh. What's chowder?
That's a good question. What's chowder?
It's like a thick soup.
Ah! Okay.
Oh. Isn't it hard to eat clams? I've tried before, but I couldn't get past the shells.
They do that for you. No shells involved.
Whoa! That's nice of them.
I'm sure they'd be glad to hear that. Is there something you usually order when you go out to eat?
You're asking that for.
Oh, I've never been to a restaurant before. Unless you count the Bell House. Well, not as a paying customer, at least. But I know how they work because I've seen them on TV.
I hope you enjoy your first time then.
I will.
Both of you, feel free to order whatever you'd like. Don't worry about the price.
Don't worry, I wasn't.
A nearby door swings open, and for a second I can see into the kitchen as another waiter comes out, carrying a big bucket. A number of skinny claws and legs poke out of it.
Wait. Is that...
They take the bucket to another table and set it down along with a big pile of napkins.
The crab? Yes.
I watch intently, curious to see how these people are going to get past the shells.
You shouldn't stare, you know.
I ignore her. I have to know. They grab some utensils that I've never seen before and use those to crack the shells. I watch fascinated while they do. Turning back to Aspen and Juliet, I've made up my mind.
I want that!
Clams were too hard, but I used to love eating crab. It's been a long time since I had it though.
It would be nice to try at least once.
Sounds like it's settled then.
Our waiter shows back up a few glasses of water in hand, and Juliet orders for all of us. The waiter takes the menus back, saying our food will be out before too long. I sip my water and look around, enjoying the new experience. I shall hydrate. Thank you all. I've never had crab either. Someday I'll have to try it. It's good. It's messy, but it's good. Like, depends on the kind of crab, but usually they're good. By the way, guys, did you see those cans that popped into my head? I made those.
Have you ever been here before, Juliet?
I haven't. As I'm sure you know, I don't go out to eat very often. I've been to similar restaurants before, though.
You went to the Bell House back when it first opened, didn't you? I seem to recall you telling me that once.
I did, yes. I can still remember what I had. A chai latte with a blueberry scone.
Ooh.
Were you working there yet?
No, she was not even born.
Oh no, it was a few years before I came to Welly. Although, Regina, my boss, wants to expand. There's going to be a second location opening in a couple months.
Oh, wow.
She asked me if I would consider being store manager.
Oh, wow.
Oh, congratulations! That's quite the honor.
You'd get to run the whole place?
I would still be working for her, but otherwise, yes. I haven't decided if I want to do it or not, though. It would be a lot more work and responsibility, obviously. It would take up much more of my time, too. I'm not sure if I want to put myself through that.
That's understandable.
That's understandable. I do think you'd be well suited for it, though.
Yeah, you already do a lot at the other Bell House.
Hmm.
Thanks. Yes, it is tempting. I told her I'll think about it and give her an answer by the end of next month. The building it'll be in is already a coffee shop, so it won't take too long to convert. It all depends on some other things, really.
Like what?
Well, for one, I'd been thinking about keeping this a secret until I hear back, but I finally finished a draft of my manuscript.
Oh!
I sent it off to a few publishers to see what they think.
Oh, wow! That's big.
Oh, congratulations, Aspen. That's a stunning achievement.
Okay, all. See you soon.
Yeah! What are you gonna do with all your free time now?
Thank you. That's a good question. I'm sure I'll spend plenty of it worrying.
Oh.
Other than that, I will need to find some new ways to fill my day. If all goes well, then I won't have time to help out at the new store. I'm getting rather ahead of myself, though. It's only been a little over a week since I submitted it.
Oh. I hope it works out for you.
Me too.
We sit and talk about the usual stuff for maybe 15 or 20 minutes before our waiter comes out of the kitchen carrying a giant bucket, like the one we saw earlier. Aspen and I both gasped in awe as they place it on the table before us with a flourish, giving us a stack of napkins and tools, like the other group.
Well, let's not just stare. Dig in!
I don't even know where to start.
Aww. I grabbed one of the pieces closest to me. It's hot. So hot I drop it on my plate. Aspen does the same thing with a jug of paint. Juliet, on the other hand, seems totally unbothered as she calmly claims a portion for herself. Leaning in close, I blow on my food to try to cool it down. While I do, I watch Juliet observe how she does it. She smiles when she notices me watching and turns her hands to give me a better view as she uses the tool to crack the shell and get to the meat. Aspen seems to know what she's doing too. Once it's cold enough for her to handle, now I just need to give it a try. Try to mimic what I saw Juliet do, and after a moment of squeezing really hard, it finally works!
That was a lot easier than trying to use my own claws.
I should hope so.
I pile it onto my fork and take a big bite, finally getting to enjoy my prize. I feel my eyes go wide with how good it is.
Enjoying it?
Yeah!
I quickly finish the piece I was eating and then rush to grab another one. It's a lot easier to crack now that I know what I'm doing. For a while, the only sounds coming from our table are those of us enjoying our food and the occasional sip of water. When our waiter comes to give us refills, they look a little shocked at how much we've already gone through. When the bucket is finally empty and I sadly toss the shell of my last piece into the waste bag, Juliet seems to pick up on it.
Are you still hungry, Miho?
Hungry? No. Do I want to eat more? Yes. That was delicious.
Oh, girl. Juliet glances at Aspen, who shrugs.
I could eat more.
The next time the waiter passes by, Juliet flags them down with a smile.
Could we get a second order of this, please?
It feels like it may as well be my birthday instead of Aspen's. By the time we get through the second bucket, even I can't eat anymore, and we leave the restaurant in a bit of a daze.
I don't know if I've ever been this full in my life.
Meow.
Me too. I think I'm set on crab for a long time now. Thanks for dinner though, Juliet. It was wonderful.
I bet it was.
Of course. It was my pleasure. I hope you've had a nice birthday.
I certainly have. Now, if I can make it back home, I'll call it a success. I feel like I've put on several kilos just from that meal.
Aww.
Would you like me to call you a taxi?
No, it's fine. Walking some of this off will be good for me. I still have to pack and get ready for tomorrow.
I suppose Miho and I will head home as well then. Does that sound okay, Miho?
Yeah, let's just walk slow.
Oh, Miho. Still, I managed a week. Still, I managed a week wave.
Bye, Aspen. Happy birthday again.
Thank you again. Good night to you both. I'll see you two tomorrow.
Aspen shrugs off, but Juliet somehow seems unfazed.
Shall we be off?
Taking a deep breath, I steel myself for the long walk home.
Yeah, let's go.
The afternoon of Aspen's departure is unusually quiet. Although she shows up to breakfast like normal, she barely says a word throughout the whole meal, other than things like yes please and no thanks. From the way she keeps checking her phone and messing with her face and clothes, I can tell something must be on her mind. I figure she is just antsy about her trip, so I don't bring it up or try to talk to her. Instead, Juliet and I mostly chat until we are done eating and the dishes are cleaned up. The moment we are finished, Aspen perks up a little bit.
Miho, are you ready to go to the bus station?
Yeah. This way, you have as much time as possible to get back.
Precisely. Thank you.
Of course.
Before departing, Juliet approaches Aspen and gives her a hug. From the outside, I realize that hugs look kind of weird. People have come up with the strangest way to show they care about each other.
Safe travels, Aspen. Let us know when you get there.
Will do. I won't have reception while traveling, but I'll send a message as soon as I'm home.
How long's your trip?
If it was by car, only a couple hours. It'll be closer to 4 by bus, though. I'll take an early one on the way back tomorrow just to be safe.
Ample reading time, it sounds like.
Oh, yes.
She drums her fingers on a book tucked into her bag.
Patricia and I have a lot of catching up to do.
Although she's still fidgety, it seems like Aspen's remember how to speak. After spending an initial long amount of time adjusting her skirt and hair, she finally faced me brightly.
Well, shall we be off, Miho?
Yep.
Goodbye, Aspen. Good night, Miho.
Bye.
Later.
Aspen holds the front door open for me as we exit the library.
Where exactly is the bus station?
Not too far from my apartment. We'll pass it by on the way there.
Should we stop by and say hi to the cats? I'm sure they'd love to see me.
They're going to be angry enough at me for leaving for a day. I'm not sure I want to traumatize them right before I go.
Oh.
Dang it. I've never gotten along with cats.
Have you known many?
Only a few. Some of the strays have some really good stories to tell.
The two of us walk along in silence for a little bit before Aspen pokes me on the shoulder. Gotten more used to physical contact like that, but it still surprises me every time.
What's it like like talking to an animal anyway. How do you do it?
Mhm.
I'm not sure. It was just something that I knew how to do, like making a den. A lot of the time, you can just feel what they mean without saying it. I don't know how to put it.
No, that makes sense. There are some things that you just can't put into words, as much as you'd like to.
Mm.
Exactly! I have the problem a lot. I'll bet you don't, though.
You'd lose that bet quite handily. Why, I'd say I struggle to put things into words more than anything.
Oh my.
Really? How? I thought you loved writing.
I do, usually, but it's not that simple. Sometimes you just can't use any old words. You have to use the right ones. And often that means going through lots and lots of the wrong ones until you find them.
Yeah,
I think it's easier the way animals do it.
indeed.
It certainly sounds like it. I often wonder if I could talk to Percy and Byron, what they would have to say. Maybe they just complain about me not feeding them enough or something.
Do you want me to ask them?
It's tempting, but no thanks. As long as I don't know for a fact that they're saying rude things, I can convince myself that they're not. Rather like that other cat in the box.
Strondigers?
Cats like being in boxes, so they probably wouldn't be complaining.
Not quite what I meant, but I'll take it.
Rabbit Aspen comes quietly to herself while we walk. I don't know if she knows that I can hear her. Hi Raven, how you doing, cutie? Even though she's been more chatty, there's still something that seems a little bit off about Aspen. I can't quite place my finger on what it is though. At one point, she takes her phone and starts to walk a little bit quicker.
Are you looking forward to going home?
I don't think so. If she has to think about it, that kind of answers my question. And you're just hanging around on Twitch right now. Ah, and you decided to stop by. I appreciate that a lot, Raven.
I am, yes. But like I said, I prefer to only do so for a day or two at a time.
'Cause of your parents?
A little. They're not really that bad, though.
Thank you,
Mum's a
Raven.
worrywart and Dad isn't, so Mum feels like she needs to worry enough for both of them. It's not too bad over the phone, but when I'm there, Mum always tries to convince me to stay and move back. So I tell them they should move out here instead, and Mum goes into why they can't, and it's just tiresome.
Sounds like she cares about you a lot.
She does. And I love her too, don't get me wrong. It's more the town than them.
Hi,
Or rather
Cactus.
the lack thereof.
Barb the Univarian. You're lightheaded and full of mood? Are you sick, Cactus?
What do you mean?
They live in the middle of nowhere. Mum loves it out in the countryside and says she can't live without her backyard view and half a kilometre from the nearest neighbours. I, on the other hand, can't live without bookstores and coffee shops and high-speed internet.
So that's why you moved to Wellington?
That's why I moved to Wellington. It seemed like a necessity to make it as an author.
Quite good to gather the things she's been telling me into one big picture.
Can you only find the right words here?
Exactly. At least, that's what I thought before I came. Turns out that moving to a new city won't magically make you a better writer. Or even a writer at all. Back when I was in school, I used to daydream about what life in the big city must be like. busy and important things happening during the day, and then nights full of excitement and sparkling wonder. Instead, it's the Bell House, and a tiny apartment the size of my living room back home. I thought if I put myself in this new environment, then I'd grow into the type of person who belonged there. I learned the hard way that places don't change who we are. Still, better to be struggling to make it in the city than doing nothing out in the boonies, I tell myself.
I think it sounds pretty nice. Peace and quiet, nothing to have to worry about.
Ugh, not you too. That's exactly what my mum says. Trust me, it sounds better hearing about it than living it. Just like Wellington. Or any city, I'd imagine. I'm sure even Wellington must seem like a bore compared to some of the places you've been to, like Shanghai or Seoul.
Well, yeah. I still like it though. Those cities are too big for me. They're noisy and loud and smell bad, and anything can be dangerous. You have to be on your guard all the time. It's not like that here. The scariest thing I've seen was a movie.
Aww.
That's true. I'm glad. I'm glad you liked it enough to stay.
Me too.
We are well into the city, pretty far past Cuba Street and the Bell House. Now that I've been there once, I also recognize Te Papa, the museum, when we pass by it. By now, there isn't much I don't recognize. I've been all over this part of Wellington enough that I could probably get from here to Mount Victoria with my eyes closed. I memorize other cities the same way when I lived there, but for the most part, once I left, I've got up all about them. I'm not sure I've ever be able to forget the streets of Wellington, though, even if I wanted to. Instead of humming, Aspen started fidgeting again as we walked, messing with her phone and purse and hat and glasses. I recognized the shops and apartment buildings from the walk to Aspen's house, so we can't be very far from the station.
Are you nervous?
Me? No. No. Why would I be?
At all. She's not nervous, guys. At all. No, no, no nervous.
Do I seem nervous?
Yeah. Is it because of the bus? You don't have to worry about that. I've ridden on them lots of times and they only broke down like once.
No, it's not that. I mean, no, I'm not nervous.
Okay.
I've never seen Aspen more nervous, and I still don't push it. I can hear or smell the bus station before I see it, and then it comes into view. There are 2 or 3 buses parked or passing through. I wonder if one of them is Aspen's. We stop across the street and she checks her phone again, then puts it away.
You're not late, are you? Oh, I could have walked faster.
No, we're right on time. It'll be here any minute now.
Cool. I'll wait with you till it arrives.
I start to cross the road, but stop when I notice Aspen isn't following. That she's still standing on the sidewalk, gripping the strap on her back tightly.
Aspen?
I trot back to her, looking around to see if I'm missing something, but there's nothing other than a couple people waiting far away at the station.
Are you alright?
Isn't she gorgeous? She blinks a couple times, then takes a deep, deep breath before facing me.
Miho, I have to tell you something.
Oh boy! The effect of her words is immediate. That. Like, she casts a spell, my heart starts to race. Whatever she's going to say must be why she was acting so weird all afternoon. Is she going to confess her feelings? Is she doing that? Is it something bad? Is she not going to come back after all?
Yeah?
I barely managed to croak out an answer. I can handle more heartbreak so soon.
It's something that I've been thinking about telling you for a long time. But it was one of those things where I wasn't sure how or when, because I didn't know how you'd take it.
Oh my! I believe in you, girl. What could it even be? We just saw Juliet, so it can't be anything to do with her. Nina?
But then, after we all talked the other night, I realized that I should just say it anyway. Because no matter what, I know I would regret it more later if I didn't. Who knows how many more chances I might get?
Oh my gosh.
So I thought about it. A lot. What the right words were. And I just couldn't figure it out. So I didn't prepare. I'm just saying this, somehow, and hoping. God, I'm actually saying this, aren't I?
Her grip on her hat shifts, crossing it so tightly her knuckles are turning white. I feel frozen in place, not sure what to do or say. See, she's opening up, guys. She is going to confess her feelings. All I can do is stare, my heart feeling like it's nothing to explode out of my chest. While she looks down at the ground, whispering something to herself, she brings her head in her hands before finally looking back at me.
There's something I want you to know. Miho,
My heart is thudding, you guys. My heart is thudding. Oh my. My heart is racing.
I used to think that there was no way someone like you could exist. Someone who looks at the world like you do, and is honest about what you see, the good and the bad. And at the same time, someone who doesn't realize just how much she has to offer. Just how much you make people happy. But here you are. Maybe meeting you used up all my luck for the rest of my life. But here you are. And I love you. And I just couldn't keep not telling you that. In case maybe you love me too. I couldn't keep just hoping and wondering and not knowing. And now that I've said it, it feels so good to have out there. I love you, Miho. I love you. At first, I wasn't sure because everything seemed too perfect and unreal. I thought that I was just letting myself get carried away like I always do. A silly little daydream, but it's true. It makes me feel silly how much already, when I think of how utterly stupid it always sounded to me when reading about love at first sight. But how could it be anything else? I don't believe in coincidence, Miho. My life was changed the moment I saw you. I just didn't know it yet. Now I do. Now we both do. I love you, Miho. It's out there, and I can't take it back.
Oh my! I walk straight away into the air as we look at each other in silence. My head is heavy static, passing with no showing to show. Not because it's empty, just because there is too much for me to process. Aspen. In love. With me? Mind whizzed past my face as a bus rolls by, pulling into the station. I barely notice it, barely able to notice anything. Just got back. How are we all? Tiles. We are just in the middle of Aspen, confessing her feelings for Miho. And I'm crying again. Aspen is in love with me? I don't know what to say. But Aspen raises a finger to her lips.
Shh. Don't tell me. I said it now before I leave for a reason. Because I thought you might say that. Tomorrow, whatever it is you feel, I'll hear it then.
I look at her face for some guide on how to respond, but she just gives a smile. A weak, fragile smile. Left dumbfounded. I know. Aspen is in love with me? Turning her hat to her head, Aspen sighed, like she just finished a hard day's work. Thank you, Raven, for stripping me off.
Well, that's it. All I have to say, I suppose. As if that wasn't one of the most important things I've ever said in my life. That's my bus. So, I'll see you tomorrow, Miho. And no matter what, it's okay. If we just carry on being friends like normal, I'm fine with that. More than fine. I'm just
Thank you
glad that I
all.
took the chance to tell you.
For how nervous she was a few minutes ago, she does seem a lot calmer now. I may as well be a statue as Aspen starts to walk past me, and then she pauses.
May I give you a goodbye hug?
That much I can respond to at least.
Yeah.
We wrap our arms around each other. That weird human custom. Everything may have just changed, but she's still the same Aspen she was when we left the library. Try to listen for what she might be saying without words as she squeezes me tight. Finally, she steps away with a smile. It might be the most genuine one I've ever seen on her face.
Bye, Miho.
Bye.
Oh my. Okay, okay, okay. Why the fuck is she so relatable? Why the fuck is that I am like Aspen right now? Honestly, I confessed to a couple of friends that I love them. And yeah, it's never been reciprocal. And we still kept being friends. It's hard. Sometimes it's really hard because you see them and you know you love them. And you wonder, what if? But no matter what, if you love a person, you want to keep them in your life. You don't want to toss them away. You should be aware of that. I make my way back to the library like a zombie, my feet moving without really thinking about it. Aspen's words keep playing over and over in my head. I get them, but I can't make any sense of them. There's not a sound to be heard from the empty aisles when I enter. Juliet, having finished tidying up in 2 hours or so, just passed since I left. After a quick glance around, I head towards the stairs. When I head up to the second floor, I spot a silver of light from underneath Juliet's bedroom door. I knock and it opens just a moment later. Juliet greets me with a calm smile at first, but the corners of her mouth falter as she looks at my face. I don't quite know what expression I'm making right now. I don't know what I'm even feeling to begin with.
Miho? Did something happen?
Aspen said she's in love with me.
Hmm.
Oh, I see.
Juliet's not the type to be shocked easily. That's why I wanted to see her for advice. But she's even less surprised than I thought she would be.
Give me just a moment, and I'll meet you in my study.
I nod and head over there, opening the door as I walk into the darkness. I'm met by several pairs of eyes. Just as I startled as I am, several bats begin to flap their wings and noisily take flight, chittering overhead before most of them leave out the open window. The biggest one watches me for a bit longer before departing as well. By the time Juliet enters the study, by the time Juliet enters the study and turns on the lamp, it's just me and her.
Sorry I scared off all your bats.
It's fine. Don't worry. I'll be back before too long.
We settle down into the same seats as last time, with Juliet behind her desk and me across from it.
So, Aspen.
Yeah. Aspen.
I wonder what Aspen is thinking right now. Is her head as much of a mess as mine? Probably, knowing her.
We... We had just gotten to the bus station when she stopped and said it. She said she waited until just before she left, so she didn't have to hear my feelings until tomorrow, when she gets home.
And what are your feelings?
That's a great question.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't ever thought about love or someone being in love with me. I don't even really know what it means. I know the word, but how does it feel? How would I know? The other day, you talked about how much you loved Cosette, and how you didn't know much about love before then. This is a different love from that, right?
Yeah, but love is love, nevertheless. She thinks to herself for a while, carefully considering her answer. And once she does, at least one of us can stand back and think over this properly.
Yes and no. Of course, the bond between a parent and their child is different than that of two partners, but it comes from the same part of the heart. The part that you give away to somebody else. Love is when you care about another person so much that the feeling becomes bigger than you. When your life is more full and joyful for the presence of that person in it. I could throw out any number of cliches, but they'd be meaningless. What love means and how it feels are different for every person. To speak from my own experiences, love is like a flower. It starts as something tiny, but as it's nurtured and cared for, it grows. It reaches toward the sunlight and towards something better, and blooms into something beautiful. Not all flowers grow at the same rate, and not all flowers look the same. But wouldn't you agree that that's the joy of flowers, Miho?
Hmm. I look up from the floor towards Juliet, who's watching me warmly.
I like flowers, but I've never grown one before.
The same can be said for everyone at some point.
Hmm.
But as long as you're willing to give it the time and patience that it deserves, even the tiniest seed can become something wonderful.
Juliet must see the confusion in my face because she touches my hand gently.
You should take some time to yourself, Miho. We can talk about it later tonight, if you're ready. If you needed even more time, I'm sure Aspen would understand.
Yeah. I need to think about it. And Sorry for waking you up. Or keeping you up. Whichever.
It's no trouble at all. I'm glad that you felt comfortable coming to me about this.
Who's your friends?
It was the first thing I did. Thanks, by the way. You helped me out a lot.
Of course. It's my pleasure. It's what friends are for.
Juliet returns to bed and I go back to my room as well. I sit down on the floor, which is where I've done a lot of my best thinking lately. I lean against my bed and turn on the TV. But there sure are a lot of shows and movies about love, aren't they? Okay, let me just blow my nose again. Oh my, this game is going directly to the wall. It's difficult to imagine what comes with applying to me. I don't know that I care about Aspen a lot. I like being around her. I like talking to her. I look forward to seeing her when she's not there. We're friends, but could we be more than that? Aww. Spent a few hours stewing in my thoughts and not coming to any conclusion. Love feels like something that couldn't and shouldn't apply to me, and yet here I am. Hours pass as I consider the issue from every different angle. I end up with more questions than answers. Is it something I want? Is it something I could ever do? What I choose to say to Aspen doesn't just affect me, but it affects her too. No matter what, both of our lives are about to change. And no matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I'll have some doubts either way, but I can just no. Love. No matter what, I have to make a decision. I'm sure that I have some doubts either way, but I can't just ignore or run away from this. I'm so sorry, I just pressed the wrong button. So after turning it over and over in my mind, I finally make a choice. Slowly, I stand up and head downstairs. My legs feel like jelly as they carry me towards another huge moment. My hands shake, but I hold on tightly to the banister as I head down to the kitchen, where Juliet's making tea. There is a second mug set on the table, full of steaming hot chocolate.
Right on time, like always. I was just about to call for you.
I heard you get up a little while ago. I was still doing some thinking, though.
I see. So I take it that means you've made up your mind about Aspen, then?
Yeah. It wasn't easy, but I have.
Oh.
Matters of the heart are rarely easy. Shall we sit?
Yeah.
We take our usual seats. The third one conspicuously empty. I take a big gulp of my hot chocolate, but Juliet takes a small sip of tea. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I lean back on my chair, take a deep breath, and nod.
I've decided.
Here it comes. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save. And I feel like she deserves to give it a chance.
I want to try things with Aspen. I know it'll be hard, but I want to try.
I'm gay. Feel more sure of the words that as I say them. Something about this decision feels right. I do want to try. Like Aspen said yesterday, it's out there now and I can't take it back.
I know she's a human, and so someday it'll hurt. But I can't just always run away from things that are painful. Because if it hurts, that means it was important, doesn't it?
These characters are gay. Well, what do you expect of a Yuri novel?
It certainly does. That's a wise way to think about it.
I know I don't know much about love, or how to be in love with someone. But I'm willing to learn, and try.
As I speak, I feel something stir in my heart. That feeling of excitement that's pushed me forward so many times before, kept me motivated in my lifelong search. Is that the feeling that could grow? I've always struggled to put a name to it. Could it be?
Trying is all anyone could ask of you, Aspen or otherwise. All you have to do is be yourself. That's who Aspen fell in love with, after all.
Oh,
I can't tell you how happy I am for both of you.
oh. I make a fair point, and you are a sucker for cute stories like this. This game is such a great game, and I think it's discounted right now. Let me just check. No? I mean, the deluxe edition, it's a good price for it because you get also the official art book and the soundtrack. I think that the only thing that I'm missing is the art book, but it's so great. As it begins to sink in, I feel a grin spreading across my face. Aspen is in love with me. I think that maybe, just maybe, I could be in love with her too. Just spent a bunch of money on game sales, so can I impress right now? That's fair. Just add it to your wish list. Because Studio Elan have such great games. Honestly, hi Kaji. We are being gay right now. Really gay. Like, you just came in to the game saying I could be in love with her too. How gay is that? And honestly, this game is making me cry all the time. Like, all the time. And it's great. It's great. It touches me in places that no one has touched me in a very long time before. It gets to my soul. It's...
Thanks. I wish she was here, so I could tell her right now. Tomorrow seems so far away.
I'm certain she's thinking the same thing. Still, it is rather like her to say something so momentous and then disappear. It took quite a while for her to work up the courage to tell you.
Aww. With a wink, Juliet lifts her pickup.
I wouldn't be surprised if she borrowed the idea from some book or another.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. And wait, you knew she was gonna tell me?
Not exactly. I've known for a long time that she held feelings for you. She never told me outright, but Aspen isn't particularly subtle.
Hmm, that's right.
I never noticed. But I guess I don't know what I would have been looking for either.
Hmm.
All that's important is that she was able to tell you how she felt, and you were able to accept those feelings. Anything along the way was but a means to the same end.
Hmm. Julia's right. Not just about Aspen, but about my life in general, as she herself pointed out not that long ago. I thought it had all been for nothing, pointless ever since Yongin died without my knowing it. As if I reached a dead end myself. How you doing, Kaji? But that was just the end of a chapter in my life. Not the whole story, as Aspen would say. I thought my life as I knew it was ending. But maybe that was true. And maybe that was true. On the other hand, I feel like a new life for myself is just beginning. One that isn't so solitary and lonesome. Nearly every day I discover something new about myself. Things I used to think were impossible. At least for someone like me. Maybe I'm not so different with her. I found a place to belong and someone new to share my life with. As much of it as I can. Aspen, who's seen just as many different sides of me as I have of her, and who still chose to tell me she loved me, even though she'd never told anyone that before. I can't wait for her to get back so we can find out what's next together. My heart. My heart. With nothing more to really say about it until Aspen returned, Juliet and I move on to talking about other things like the library and recent events. I feel pleasantly warm, like I'm glowing as we sit down and chat. That sensation carries me through the rest of the evening and all the way to bed, where I lie for hours. Usually I'm frustrated when the chaos of my own thoughts stops me from falling asleep. But for this time, first time ever, excitement rather than fear is what keeps me awake. Instead of just waiting for the day to end, I close my eyes, looking forward to the dawn of tomorrow. For once, I struggled to fall asleep. For once, my struggle to fall asleep worked out in my favor. I sleep then until later than usual the next morning, meaning I don't have to wait as long for Aspen's bus to arrive. Oh my, another bolt? What's happened with them? Hmm. Okay. If you're seeing the vote in YouTube, those links are phishing. Don't click them. I don't know why my chat widget is showing them. It should not. I should take a look into that. Looking up at the ceiling, I can't help but smile. I wonder if she's thinking about me too. I'm too full of nervous energy to stay in bed for too long, so I hop up and get ready in a hurry. In the kitchen, I figured Juliet must have already eaten, cleaned up, and gone to bed because I don't see any dishes or leftover food. To my surprise, she comes downstairs just a minute before
Good morning.
Hey! I didn't wake you up, did I?
No, not at all. Although I was upstairs, I thought I'd wait and have breakfast with you like usual.
Oh, thanks! Sorry for keeping you waiting. I kind of fell asleep late, so I slept in too.
Understandable. I'm sure you have lots on your mind.
You can say that again.
I take my seat at the table while Juliet goes to the fridge.
Are you hungry for anything in particular?
Aspen.
Not really. Maybe something light? I don't think I can finish a big meal right now.
Exactly. Juliet retrieves a couple pieces of fruit and turns it.
Butterflies in your tummy?
Mhm.
Nah, I haven't eaten anything. I'm just nervous.
They took it quite literally. I thought that much.
I'm sure I would be too, in your position. Although, Aspen did the difficult task of taking the first step. You have the luxury of being the one to respond.
That's true.
Juliet sets a platter with slices of apples and oranges, as well as a few blocks of cheese on the table between us, and idly munch on some fruit.
Do you want to come wait at the station with me? I'm leaving after we're done eating.
Wait.
I'll pass, but thank you. The two of you will have plenty to talk about on your own, I'm sure. But I imagine I'll see you both later tonight?
Definitely.
The minutes pass by agonizingly slow, especially after Juliet goes to bed, but eventually it's late enough for me to leave. I burst up out of my seat, forcing myself not to walk too fast. As long as I'm walking, I'm doing something. If I get there too early, I have to wait, and I hate it. Coming to myself, I follow the same route Aspen and I took yesterday. If I wanted to, probably found a faster way, or even a longer way to kill more time. Not worth the risk of getting lost though. The closer I get to the station, the faster my heart races. The growing anticipation, the way I can't think about anything else. It reminds me of something I haven't experienced in ages. It reminds me of days in the forest. Towards the end of my time as a stray bullet, the way I felt on the way to the clearing every day to see my person. Back then, it was different, of course. More instinct, less thinking, but it still pushed me forward. That was love, wasn't it? In my own way, just like Juliet said. Usually something like that wouldn't stop me in my tracks, but today, it just makes me smile. My good mood carries me the rest of the way to the bus station. I was at the intersection where we stood yesterday, when Aspen said everything. This spot will be special to me forever. I already know. I hurry across to the other side. There are a handful of other people waiting, standing or leaning against the fence. I sit down on one of the empty benches, perfectly buzzing with anticipation. I watch the clock as it continues to tick away, until finally the scheduled minute comes. And there is no bus. I sigh, disappointed, but not too surprised, since when our bus ever exactly on time anyway. Soon the bus is a couple minutes late, and then 5 minutes, and it gets harder and harder not to worry.
Good thing she left early.
I notice that I'm not alone. Some of the other people waiting are beginning to get agitated too. One person stands on the edge of the sidewalk, peering in either direction. A couple others who have been waiting in the boarding zone since I got here sit down on one of the benches near me and pull out their phones. One of them taps a few times, reads something, and then groans.
Told you. Delayed. Says it right here.
Guess I owe you a tenner. It say how long?
Nope. Just says delayed due to vehicle issues.
Oh no. Dread seizes me. With a shaky hand, I tap one of the travelers on the shoulder.
Excuse me. Which bus is it that's delayed?
Ah, that be Route 4. You waiting for it too?
My friend's on it. I don't know which, but she was supposed to be here 10 minutes ago.
Aye. Well, probably the same one then. Bad luck, but it does happen every now and then. I hope you weren't in a hurry.
I was, actually. Do you know what they'll do? What'll happen to the people on the bus?
Well, I imagine the city will have to send someone out, figure out what's wrong, fix it, or send a replacement. I'm sure your friend will get here one way or another, but it could be hours.
Oh no.
You might want to give them a call and find out where they are. Might be quicker for them to find their own ride home.
I vault off the bench before he's even finished speaking, dashing back the way I came.
Hey, good luck.
Oh no. She can forget about her. I barely hear him. All the buses to break down. Of all the days for it to happen. As I ran, I can't help but think about how unfair it is for anyone else in the world. A couple hour bus delay would be annoying, but that's it. But for me and Aspen, I don't even want to think about what it would be if she forgot me. After getting back to the library in record time, I practically crashed through the doors as I head upstairs. For the second day in a row, I knock on Julie's bedroom door, or having to bend over to catch my breath. It's been ages since I've had that long, and it's rough. Juliet answers the door quickly.
Miho? What's wrong?
Aspen's bus still isn't here. Someone at the station said one of them broke down on the way. What if it was hers?
Worthless, Juliet hurries to retrieve her phone. It looks weirdly out of place in her hands as she navigates through several screens, slower than Aspen would. Her face turns screen after only reading for a moment.
It seems you're right.
The confirmation just tightens the knot in my chest, and I just barely manage to crawl out a question.
What do we do?
How long do you have left?
2 hours. A little less.
She shouldn't be too far away. I'll try calling her.
It doesn't even ring and instead goes straight to the voicemail. I look up at Juliet helplessly, trying to ignore the panic that'll overrun me if I let it.
She did say that she'd have poor reception en route. Here, Miho. Keep trying. I'll be back in a moment.
She hands me the phone and shows me how to use it before hurrying into her bedroom. Hit the button again, staring at the small contact photo of Aspen that Juliet has saved. It's a picture of Aspen at the breakfast table, smiling awkwardly. Her voicemail message starts again, so I cancel and try again, and again, and again. It's the same result every time. I end the call and start another one for what must be the 6th of 7 time.
Juliet, is that...
My thumb is on the end button out of habit, but I barely manage to stop myself from pressing it.
Aspen!
There's a loud burst of static.
You?
Aspen! It's me! Where are you?
Juliet comes back out when she hears me waiting anxiously by my side. Aspen says something again, but is gargled by the connection.
What? I can't hear you!
King reception. Let me...
Everything goes quiet, and for a terrible moment, I'm afraid that the call was dropped.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That I nearly dropped the phone when her voice comes through again. Much clearer this time.
Good. I can't move from this spot then. It's the only place I have service.
Where are you?
God, we're so close. I can literally see the city in the distance. Something's wrong with the bus. I don't know what. They said there's another one coming to pick us up, but I'm not sure when it's supposed to be here.
We only have 2 hours before.
I know. Trust me, I know. I was hoping the replacement would be here sooner, but that's not going to happen.
No.
Aspen, you said you're close. Do you know where exactly?
I don't, no, but there's just the one road into the city, and I can see it. That's what I'll do, actually. I'll start walking towards the city, and hopefully I'll see the other bus on the way.
Will that work?
I don't know. I'm going to do it anyway.
Juliet and I look at each other. I wonder if she has the same thought as if she has the same thought I do.
Okay, I'm coming too.
What? Coming where?
Wherever you are. You said it's just one road, right? I'll meet you on it.
You'll... Okay, I understand.
I'll be there on time. I promise.
From the other end of the line comes the very clear sound of Aspen sniffling.
Okay, I'll see you soon. As soon as I start walking, I'll probably lose reception again. I'll try to call you when I can.
Okay. Okay, I'm on my way.
The line clicks dead, and I try to hand Juliet her phone back as she shakes her head.
Hold on to it. You can bring it back to me after you find her.
I nod. There's no time to talk about anything else.
How do I get there?
Juliet pulls up a map and shows me pointing out where the lever is.
I was going to try to find a taxi. Between traffic and everything else, I'm not sure it would be faster. It's so far away though, Miho. Are you sure you'll be alright?
I will. I have to be.
Mijo, run. I immediately make for the stairs, pausing just for a second.
Thanks.
Thank me later. Together.
I nod and then I transform as I bolt out of the front door. Foxes can't run as long as humans can, but they can run faster. As I go Mijo, maybe I can do both. Wind whips at my tails as I rush forward, channeling whatever willpower and determination I can into running. The map Juliet gave me showed which road to take to get out of the city, but I don't need roads. I run straight to the edge of town, dodging traffic, pedestrians and more. Dogs bark as I race through their yards, and shocked people gape as I dash past attention without paying any attention. As I dash past them without paying attention. I can't read. I don't even know how long I run for. I just know that I don't stop. Even when my legs and chest start to ache, I keep going. Little pain now is nothing compared to what losing Aspen will be like. Woo! The building begins to thin out. Even as traffic increases and finally I find myself out of Wellington. Following the road, I race towards where Aspen must be. Cars and trees fly by, replacing the buildings on the street side. There are hills and forests that I'm sure as beautiful as everything else I've seen, but I hardly notice them all. The longer I run, the more it starts to take its toll on me. Against my will, I can feel my speed flagging, each step taking a little more effort than the last. I've pushed this form to its absolute limit, and eventually it brings me to a halt. I change forms once again, gasping for air as I place my hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. Run from the station back to the library winded me, and this was many times harder. But I can't stop moving. I have to keep going. I have to. Lungs on fire, and with my legs feeling like lead, I make myself make another step, another. Mastering all my strength, I break into a jog, the fastest I can manage. Keep my gaze set on the horizon, hoping for a glimpse of her. Anything to set my heart and mind at ease. Anything. The sun begins to dip even lower, as if even the sky is reminding me that time is running out. My steps are leaden, and my mind abuzz with waterless fear and worry. At first, I don't believe my eyes when I finally spot someone walking in my direction, far off in the distance. Please let it be her. I steady trot. A steady trot is all I can do right now, and I even let that slow to a normal walking pace. The other figure and I walk towards each other, but the sun shines in my face and obscures them from vision. Raising one hand to shield my eyes, I see a familiar hand, the glint of a light on familiar glasses. I see Aspen running towards me. All I can do is stand here, overwhelmed with relief, so intense that all I can do is shake. I made it. She's here.
Miho!
As he approaches, he also slows and then comes to a stop.
Miho!
I don't even know what to say. How can I respond? How can I put all the excitement, the worry, and the relief that she's made me feel in the past 24 hours into words? How do I say it? Silently, I close the distance between us. I can see her eyes searching mine, looking for an answer to this spoken question. Overhead, the sun dips into behind a cloud, done watching us for the day, and throwing a handful of colors into the sky as it leaves. I've struggled to find words before, but this is different, like Aspen said yesterday. Not just any words will do. I stop, just an arm's length from Aspen, close enough to see the glint of tears hidden in her eyes.
I was so worried.
Her voice is barely a whisper, but I can't hear anything else. Looking up into her eyes, I'm surprised to find the answer to my own question. One that I didn't know I wanted to ask until just now. One that requires more than words, or maybe less. Mobile is broken again. It's always broken. But look at that. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Take the last step that separates us and lean forward to kiss Aspen. And Raven, you don't know the best of it. Miho is a Gumiho. She is a fox that got transformed by magic into a girl. She can switch between forms, and the main thing is, if she doesn't see a person in 24 hours, they forget about her. They really do. So this was her journey. I take the last step that separates us and lean forward to kiss Aspen. The marks of human affection have always seemed so strange and foreign to me, and maybe even unappealing. As I kiss her, I think I understand. Without hesitation, Aspen's hand rises to touch my face, holding me in place as if I'd want to leave. She moves like she was waiting for this. Maybe she was. It's unlike anything I've felt before. The closeness, the warmth. I place my own hard hand against her wrist. I think maybe I understand Aspen's fears better now, because I would also be content if this moment lasted forever. Okay, that picture is even cuter. Not gonna lie, the kiss is great, but that? How they look to each other, that's love. Fuck it, that's... Ooh. Even when we separate, Aspen's hands stay on my shoulder, keeping me close.
I see you thought about what I said.
And practically nothing else.
Oh. Pulling me into a hug, Aspen rests her face against mine.
So I wasn't the only one then.
She sighs contentedly.
There's so much more I want to say, but this is hardly the place to say it now, is it?
I've nearly forgotten where we were. Not far from the side of the road, turning around, I look back at the city, which is starting to light up for the evening.
Oh, right. It's kind of a long way home, you know.
Oh. Aspen squeezes my hand.
I have all the time in the world.
No, you don't. She does, but you don't. Open ending chapter 4. Oh. 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 I want to say. I don't know what to do. I feel like leaving it there. I don't want to have more pain. Fuck it, we will continue. We still have 1 hour. Or more. My boss carried me across wet leaves and mud. Fog has crept into the forest as stealthily as me. Glimpses of the sky are red between the trees and the mist. Thank you, As. So, in order to work with the Great Ball, you have to leave the bracket out. It's been updated. Yes. I keep working on it, you know? Glimpses of the sky are red between the trees and the mist. The wild mountains and hills are hidden as well, out of sight but not mine. Don't you like this? Okay, I might have said something wrong. Let me check. Okay, Christine, can you go? Yeah! Throwables, explain, blah blah blah. Oh yeah. So that I was working through that, but I never set this up. So that should work now. I have a burger, huh? Okay. Burger! Thank you, Sajachi. Let me just repeat the Great Ball. Great Ball. There you go. I run, filled by a sense of purpose. It lightens my step and pulls me in the right direction. I'm going to see someone I care about very much. And who cares about me? Somehow, we found each other. My person. The path to follow is engraved in my body and mind, almost instinctual. A warm smile, a gentle touch, a kind word. These are the things that put me forward. I'll drink. Thank you, Ash. I slow down as I get closer to my destination and to the silhouette waiting for me. It's impossibly bright as I approach, my heart pounding in anticipation, like the sun has descended to greet my person too. It matches the feeling in my chest, warming my soul and heart. So bright that when my person turns around, stooping low to greet me. Light is all I can see. But I don't need to see, only hear that voice that I could never forget.
Little fox.
Where is your home?
I awake with a yawn, head on my pillow as the dream fades away. It's been a long time since I've dreamt about the forest. It used to happen a lot, especially when my travel first took me out of Korea. But over time, they stopped. The dreams are always the same. I'm somewhere in the woods, running to the clearing where I've met Youngin, where they greet me in the same familiar way. Something was different about it this time. Because the first thing on my mind after my dream is Aspen. I have a feeling that's how most of my mornings are gonna start from now on. My lips tingle as I recall our kiss yesterday. My first kiss ever. The first of many, I promise us. Although the stressful part was over, the rest of the day was equally exhausting. By the time we got back to Aspen's bus to get her stuff, the replacement bus finally showed up and took us back to the city. From there, we dropped off Aspen's things at her apartment before going back to the library to give Juliet the good news. My legs felt like they were going to fall off, and both Aspen and I agreed to get some rest. Even the anticipation of seeing her today couldn't keep me up, and I feel well rested and excited. But as I roll onto my back, I start to notice something weird. It's like an itch, but in my mind. Something irritating and not afraid and out of me. It takes me a moment, but I realize that it's my beat. I know it the same way that I knew how to run and hunted me. Tugging at the bubbles around my neck, there's an obvious change. All the bits of my necklace, only one is special. Most are just pretty things I collected and stuck there. Only one has been there with me from the moment I became me. Since then, it's exactly the same. No matter how many times I throw or drop or lose it, the necklace comes back to me with the bead and horn. Not a single scratch or chip or blemish until today. Instead of the normal pale white, it started to shine. It's barely brighter than usual, but I notice it in an instant. In fact, it's almost as if I hold my necklace up with her.
It's glowing.
Just barely, but it is. I rub my thumb over the familiar surface, but it doesn't feel any different on the outside. I'm not sure what it means, but it has to be related to yesterday. There is no other way I could pick today, all days. Maybe Aspen was onto something when she said there is no such thing as coincidence. Either way, it's magic. And magic I can control. My beat was always been a part of me, but it's something I can only particularly understand. And in that wordless animal way, I describe what. When the time comes, whatever it is, what's coming, I just have to trust that I know what to do. Right now, it doesn't matter, because something much more important is going to happen, and soon. Aspen will be here! He's probably here already. I need to get ready. Going through my quick morning routine, I feel more energized than ever. For once, I'm not nervous, as I say. As soon as I open my bedroom door, I can hear the familiar murmur of conversation in the kitchen. Even the short walk downstairs is enough time to let my heart race. I send Juliet's in the kitchen when I get there, but I only have eyes for Aston. She looks over from her seat at the table, and the instant she sees me, her face lights up. It nearly stops me in my tracks. I've seen Aspen smile 1,000 times by now, but never like this. Never for me, and me alone. I can't help but sing.
Good morning, Miho.
it's our usual greeting, but it feels brand new. I wonder if all the little things will.
Did you sleep well, Miho?
Like a rock.
Aww. I pull my chair closer to Aspen's than usual as I take my seat and fill my plate.
We were just talking about how tired you must be. I wouldn't have been surprised if you slept until the afternoon.
No way. Then I wouldn't get to see you at breakfast.
Flustered, Aspen doesn't seem to know how to respond. Now that I know the feelings she was hiding, a lot of the other times where that's happened make way more sense. I giggle as she looks torn between hell, being pleased, and embarrassed. Look! It's like you all in chat! They all... You all get like that. All flustered and not knowing if you like it or you're just embarrassed.
That would be quite a shame, yes. But understandable after you ran across half of Wellington yesterday.
Was it really? It didn't feel like it. But maybe that's why I'm so hungry.
Feel free to help yourself to what's left. Aspen and I have already eaten.
We wanted to wait, but...
It's fine. I don't mind.
Around now is usually when Aspen would start to leave for work, but usually it who stands up first.
I must say, I'm rather sleepy myself. Would either of you mind if I retire a bit early today?
I know what you're doing, Juliet. I know what you're doing.
Nope. Aspen and I can clean up, right?
Oh, yes, right, that... I mean, not at all.
I'll wish you both good night then.
Good night.
Bye.
We both watch as Juliet departs before turning to face each other. As soon as our eyes meet, Aspen looks away again, blushing but laughing.
What is it? What's funny?
Nothing's funny. It's just... It's hard to believe. I mean, us? You and me? You can't imagine how many times I've sat at this table wishing we were like this. Together.
I feel you.
Oh.
That warm, fuzzy feeling from before takes over my face, the one that goes with the realization of how special I am to her. How, out of everyone in the world, I'm the one who feels this way about her.
And now...
Here we are.
Yes. Here we are.
Everything is the same, but everything is different now. But everything is different now too. It's just as confusing as it is exciting. Now that I'm here along with her, I'm not sure how to act. Aspen's fiddling with her ribbon seems like she's waiting for me to go first. Problem is, I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure how I should talk to her differently now. Or if I even should. Or anything, really. With just the two of us, I'm suddenly super aware of how out of my depth I am. I can't let the silence stretch on too long. I have to say something.
So hey!
I think...
Both of us start and stop talking at the same time. I pause, waiting for her to keep going. And she does the same thing for me. We both laugh together at a moment later, and somehow that breaks the ice. Feels like a reassurance before I can even ask for one.
You go.
No, you first.
Aww. That's what it takes.
I was going to say that... You know, I don't really... know much about this whole dating thing. So if there's...
Aspen shakes her head and puts a finger to my lips to shush me.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Miho. It's all so new to me as well.
Aww. She removes her hand, looking at it as if she just now realized what she did. Not that I mind.
So, perhaps we can figure it out together.
Together.
I try out the words for myself. Aspen and me, together.
Yeah, I like that.
Look at her! Look how angry it is! Ah! I think I'm gay.
We can both just do what feels right.
I like the sound of that too.
Aspen's sleeves rustles as she takes my hand, her fingers gently intertwining with mine. It's cold to the touch.
That feels right.
Her soft actions make me feel braver.
So does this.
I lean forward and kiss her, just for a moment, because a moment may as well be an hour. I'm not sure it'd ever be enough.
I'd say we're off to a good start.
Aww.
Me too.
Aww. Just being near each other already feels more meaningful and exciting. Since this is just the beginning, I can't wait to see where things go from here. Of course, I have to wait a little longer. With her free hand, Aspen checks her phone, as if her frown, and I see her frown in response.
Time to go?
Unfortunately,
Aww. She stands up and I stand with her, still linked by our hands. It feels almost unfair that daily life, with all its obligations, still matters right now. Husband hasn't even left yet, but I'm already waiting for her to come back.
I wish I could stay here with you longer though.
Aww.
Me too. Maybe I'll just come buy a bunch of drinks at the Bell House, so I can talk to you at the counter.
Aww.
Perfect. I can tell my boss I was just engaging with the customers, like she wants us to.
Both of us laugh again, and Aspen steps forward to lay her hand on my shoulder. I lean my head against her, surprised by how soft her hair is against my cheek.
I really will be thinking of you all day, counting down the hours.
Same. I couldn't think about anything else, even if I wanted to.
Normally, I think twice about saying something so embarrassing, but it actually feels pretty good. We walk together to the front door, taking as long as possible.
See you soon.
Not soon enough.
Oh, hi Rika! Just came to a very gay game, really gay, where these two girls just started dating. These two. We have Aspen and we have Miho. And they are gay. And they are touching me in the heart. So much. Sounds like me. Which part, being gay or just dating girls? But I love this game. I really love it. And it's made me cry a lot already. And I stand in the doorway as Aspen slowly walks backwards, holding onto my hand until the very end. She looks into my eyes.
I love you, Miho.
Girl, you cannot tell I love you looking at me. No, that's not fair. That's no. The tip of her fingers linger against mine, and where they touch, it feels electric. I think of the sprouting that Juliet used to describe love and the way it grew. Maybe that word means different things to Aspen and me right now. But I know without a doubt that I want to learn all of them. I want to take a chance with her. I want to try. This is super cute. This is an amazingly cute game. Stupidly cute.
I love you too.
And I mean it. We stay like that for just a little longer, not needing to say anything else. Then finally, Aspen turns around and begins to walk down the hill, taking my heart with her. Just like Aspen, I end up counting down the hours until her shift will be over. Being patient to make it to the end. I leave early and reach the Bale house around the time that they'll be closing for the night. It's not dark out yet, but even from a distance, the inside of the Bell house looks warm and inviting. As I pass by the front window on my way to the door, I spot Aspen, who doesn't notice me. She's helping one of her co-workers stack the chairs up on the tables, and when they finish with that, she goes to organize the sweetener section. While she's doing that, a different co-worker comes over and shows her two different loaves of bread, and she thinks for a moment before pointing them out. In the time it takes the other staff to complete the task, Aspen finishes three, even with people coming up to ask her questions too. Of course, I have no idea what they are talking about, but even from here on the outside of the floor, I can see why they want her to run the new Bell house. Leaning against the wall of the cafe, I wait. Most of Aspen's co-workers leave before she does, and it's several minutes before she finally walks out of the door at a brisk pace, going right past me.
Aspen!
Spinning around, she quickly goes from surprise to smiling.
Miho! I was just thinking about you. Although that's been true all day.
I got tired of waiting for you at the library, so I decided to come down here so I could see you even sooner.
Aww. That earns me a hug and a kiss on the cheek.
I love you. Have I mentioned that?
Once or twice, but I don't think I'll get tired of hearing it.
Good, because I don't get tired of saying it.
Aspen links her arm with mine, snuggling against my shoulder. Normally when people get so close to me or touches me, my first instinct is to jump away. But not with Aspen. It's only the first day, but I've surprised myself with just how much I'm enjoying being Aspen's girlfriend. If she hadn't told me her feelings, I probably never would have realized my own. But once I opened myself up to the idea, I realized that almost all of my favorite memories are with Aspen. And when I'm with her, I just have fun. Being around her cheers me up, even if I wasn't in a good mood to begin with. I wonder if it's the same for her. I hope so, since just being myself has always seemed to make her laugh and smile. I never would have imagined that I'd be able to do that to someone. That they would feel that way about me. Or that I could feel it too. Never been so glad to be home.
So, what do you want to do now?
Well, I need to go home to change and take care of the cats. Would you like to come over?
Yes.
I can make us dinner later too, if you haven't eaten yet.
Yes.
Sure! Even if I had, I'd make room for that.
It's settled then, shall we?
Arm in arm, Aspen proudly leads the way to her apartment. The moment she starts to unlock the door, the sound of meowing and scratching claws from the other side start up.
They're excited to see you too, huh?
Hmm.
Excited to be fed, more like. Scooch, boys.
Aw. The cats run around underfoot as Aspen steps aside, with me following her behind. As soon as they notice me, the meowing stops, and they both hurry away.
Aw, how rude. You'd better get used to Miho, you two. You're going to be seeing her around a lot more.
Aww. Aspen puts her hands on her hips and talks sternly to the sulking cat. They both meow in frustrated response until Aspen sighs.
Yes, yes, now let's get you fed.
This is an interesting fact about cats and me. People always say that cats are assholes around me. Like, this cat is an asshole, this cat doesn't like to be touched, this cat is this and that. All cats around me, they just sit down next to me and let me pet them. All of them. I don't know. They just sit down, come on the couch, they sit down next to me on the couch, and they start purring. Like, people say, this is an asshole cat, doesn't like to be touched. I sit down, they come next to me, they sit down, and let me pet them. Every single cat so far. All of them. And the most interesting thing is, yes, I am a unicorn, but I'm also a cat. I'm a cat. Why? Because I behave like a cat. I like my space, I like my independence. And if I feel like being and spending time with you, I will do so. It's good to give great scratches. Rain. Hey. Do you want some head scratches? Do you? She grabs a jug of cat food from on top of the crate. The rattling sound making the cat brave enough to run past me and go harass Aspen some more.
Go ahead and make yourself at home, Miho. I'm going to take care of them and then freshen up, so I'll be a minute.
Okay, take your time.
I sit down on the edge of Aspen's bed, doing my best to not disrupt the neatly made shape. Aspen sets the balls of cat food on the floor near the door. The cats position themselves so they can watch me while they eat. Rolling her eyes, Aspen steps over them towards the bed.
So dramatic. I wonder who they get that from. Anyway, be right back.
It isn't long before the sound of the running water starts. I look from the apartment, paying closer attention from the last time I was here. Because it's so small, it feels like there's something of Aspen's personality in every corner, from the glittering lights strung across the ceiling to the stuffed animals at the bed behind me. I've recognized some of the books on the shelves and desks from the library. Sure, there is a story behind each and every decoration. I'll probably hear more than a few of them eventually. After the cats finish eating, they skulk into the room and sit down across from me, staring. I wonder if something about my ears and tail makes them mad.
Guess what?
I transform into a fox right in front of them. I thought she would do that. Spreading my tails out like a fan. I don't roll of anything, but I lock eyes with each cat in turn. Immediately, they both yawl and run for the bed, tripping over each other as they rush to hide, or puffing out like clouds. I cackle to myself as I change back and sit down again. Cats are always fun to tease. So more opportunities are just feel good. Before long, Aspen comes out, looking refreshed. She surveys the room just like I did.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I guess there's not a whole lot to do here, is there?
Aha! She found something.
It's fine. It wasn't that long. I was just being nosy and admiring all your stuff.
Be as nosy as you'd like. I'm going to start on dinner.
Okay. Let me know if you need any help.
Thanks, but just the company is enough. It won't be anything very fancy. I'm much better at making drinks than food.
Haha.
Don't you make food at the Bell House too?
Not really. We have bakers who come in earlier than I do to prepare most of it. I just have to heat things up and serve them. Unlike our beverages, which I make from scratch. Speaking of which, would you like some coffee or hot cocoa? I'll be making some for myself.
Sure. I'll have whatever you have.
A kiss?
That's easy enough. Now let's see.
Aspen moves around the tiny cooking area. Calling it a kitchen would be a stretch, with the same kind of graceful confidence that I've seen her use when working at the Bell House. I guess some of the tasks are the same. She starts to fill a pitcher with water from the sink while scooping coffee grounds into the machine at the same time. When the pitcher is ready, she swaps it out with another pot, this one for cooking. That fills up while she finishes getting the coffee set up and brewing. Then she starts pulling ingredients out from the few cabinets that line the cooking area.
What are you gonna make?
I'm not really sure what it's called. It's a dish Mum used to make. It was one of the first things I learned how to cook, because it's always reminded me of home. And it's easy to make.
Aww.
Is there anything like that for you? A meal that tastes like home?
I'd say that would be rabbit.
Nah, not really. Julie asked me that before too. I don't know if I ever had a full meal while I was in Korea, since I just stole what I needed to survive.
Oh, right. I should have remembered that you...
Aspen bites her lips, looking unsure of how to phrase whatever she was going to say.
Lived like that? It's fine. I don't mind talking about it. Especially not with you.
Her girlfriend.
If you're sure, I don't want to bring up anything that's difficult for you to talk about.
Don't worry. You won't. There's nothing like that, honestly.
Aww.
Most of it just blurred together over time, so be as nosy as you want.
I'll be sure to keep that in mind.
The pile of ingredients Aspen stacks up has pasta, a few different kinds of vegetables, and a few different cans.
Would you mind giving me a hand, actually? Do you think you could chop up these vegetables for me?
Sure! Just show me how.
Aspen demonstrates how to hold the knife, and then, covering my hands with hers, guides me through the motion to cut the veggies. That's gay.
Don't worry too much about making them all the same size. Close enough is fine.
That's good. Because I think same size might be impossible.
In the time it takes me to chop up a couple of zucchini and onions, Aspen takes care of everything else.
Are these ready?
As they'll ever be.
I pass the cutting board to Aspen, being careful not to spill. In the end, most of the chunks didn't even turn out the same shape, much less size. But Aspen tosses them into a hot pan anyway, and before long a delicious aroma fills the room.
That smells amazing.
Hopefully it'll taste good too.
I don't have any doubts myself, but I don't think Aspen will be satisfied until the dish is done, since she seems focused on watching the sauteing veggies and boiling pasta. I don't talk so I don't distract her. A few minutes later, Aspen combines something into one pie, into one pan, mixing it all together with a wooden spoon. She dishes out a couple of spoonfuls onto a pair of plastic plates and hands me one, and all with a fork.
Well, bon appetit. I wish there was a table we could sit at. I usually just eat at my desk. You can have that spot, and I'll take the bed.
That's fine. I can sit on the floor.
The floor?
Yeah, it's where I watch TV in my room too.
I'll join you then.
We both settle down on the ground, setting our plates on our lap, noticing something as we leans to the side.
Percy? Byron? What are you two doing back there?
I lean over to peek under the bed too. Four angry, green eyes stare at me from the farthest, darkest corner. Finding ignorance, I sit back up.
Huh. Wonder what their problem is.
I guess they're just not used to having company. It's been a long time since they've met anyone aside from you and Juliet.
That must be it.
I don't mention that I might have something to do with it here, but hey, the cat started it. Grabbing my fork, I turn my attention back to dinner and try to make sure I get a little bit of everything in my first bite. Still hot off the stove, so I have to blow on it to cool it off. Aspen watches anxiously while I chew, waiting to start eating her own meal.
Well, how is it?
Whoa. This?
No, I need to find a better way to describe it than usual.
It's delicious.
Really? Oh, I'm glad you think so.
She doesn't think so.
Really, really.
The food itself is good, but it tastes even better knowing that Aspen made it. Oh. Scarf down my whole plate and then get up for seconds. After cleaning my plate a second time, I finally set it aside along with my fork.
Did you have enough? There's still more if you want.
I'm good. Thanks, though. That was seriously great. Thanks for making it.
I'm just happy to hear you enjoyed it. It's been ages since I've cooked for anyone other than myself.
Aww.
It's one of the best meals I've ever had.
Aww.
That just means you need to have more good meals. There are lots of restaurants here in Welly that I've wanted to try, but didn't want to go alone.
It's a date.
Maybe we can visit some of those together.
Sure. I'm not sure if I'd like any of them as much as this, though.
Aww. Laughing, Aspen puts her plate aside and scoots closer to me, laying her head on my shoulder again. Her hand finds mine on the floor, and she loosely wraps her finger around mine.
I keep thinking I'm getting used to you flattering me, but I still love it every time.
Chad, I think that's also you. I think that's also you.
It's true. I'm just saying what I think.
I know. That's one of the things I love about you. One of many, many things. I've never felt anything but ordinary, as much as I'd like to, and as much as I'd like to pretend I wasn't. But you really do make me feel otherwise. I'm so happy I met you, Miho. I hope you don't get tired of hearing that.
Never.
Even though things have changed so much, the morning routine is more or less the same. The three of us chit-chat about our lives and mundane things until we finish eating. After pushing her empty plate away, Aspen leans in.
So, Miho, there's something I've been thinking about. And I understand if this is something you wouldn't even want to consider. But have you ever thought about finding a way to stop your magic?
Oh. Juliet also turns to look at me, putting me on the spot.
Not that I can remember. That's like asking if you've thought about finding a way to stop your nose from working.
I see. I thought that might be the case.
I'm not sure if I've ever heard of such a thing either. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
I was just thinking about the other day and about how dreadful it all was to go through.
Hi, Kitala. Hope I'm having a wonderful day. I'm having a heck of an emotional day. You know what? Do you know why, Kitala? Because this girl over here, Aston, and this girl over here, Miho, they started dating. And they are so cute and adorable together. And it's been a journey.
Of course, I don't want to speak for Miho. I know it's much more complicated than just that. But I thought I might bring up the idea, at least.
You've got a point. Not having to worry about people forgetting me would be a huge relief.
Right. I thought you might agree.
I look at Juliet, expecting her to give an opinion, but she doesn't offer one. It's true that life would be a lot easier without my magic, but after this life would be easier, but the life I used to live, I couldn't have to survive without it.
Well, it's purely hypothetical right now anyway. For all we know, it might be impossible. So no need to think about it too much.
It's worth thinking about, though.
The only two people who actually remember we were that actually remember me are in this room right now. All the other people I've met here in Welly, I don't really call them my friends, as much as I like spending time with them. Every time we see each other is the first time as far as they are concerned. Maybe that wasn't so bad when I was still on the fence about whether I'd been staying in town or not. Okay, y'all. Have a great time. I know you will. But now that I've been here a while, long enough to build something worth missing, I wish I could make those connections into something more secure. Even there's nothing I can do about my magic, I can at least try to figure out a way to maintain friendships with other two, not just Aspen and Juliet.
It couldn't hurt to find out, right? It's not like I have to go through with it or anything if I don't want to.
Exactly. Simply being informed is never a bad idea.
So, does that mean you have an idea?
Well, not quite. But I'd be happy to start doing some research on the topic.
Interesting.
If we're going to find anything, it's likely to be in a book. And if there's one thing I'm good at, it's reading.
That's also true.
Good luck with that. Let me know what I can do to help.
I'd be glad to lend a hand as well. Perhaps I could find someone who'd be knowledgeable about Gumiho.
That'd be awesome.
Myth and folklore are often at odds with reality, so it can be difficult to discern what's true and what isn't.
Someone who'd know about Gumiho, huh?
She has someone in mind. I know who. One person comes to mind, but I'm not sure how willing she'd be to help. Right! I was right on the case. Still haven't mentioned the other Gumiho I met to Aspen and Juliet. In my head, I start calling her Silver. It just feels wrong somehow. Someone had told other people when I was around I would have been furious with them. I have made hiding and stealing a whole lot harder to do. So as a fellow Gumiho, I kept Silver's existence a secret from everyone else so far. For all I know, there could be more than just Silver. There could be a whole community of Gumiho here in Wellington, and I have no idea. I don't think that's the case though. Besides, Silver seems happy enough with intruder on her territory as it is. Maybe that's something else I can ask her. I don't know when or where, but somehow I haven't seen the last of her. Sounds about right. For now, I just sit back and listen to Aspen and Julius discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like dang it! I can say it for the sake of me again. No. For now, I sit back and listen to Aspen and Juliet discuss various books and theories to start with. I feel like I should be more involved. It's my magic after all, but this is one area where I can't really contribute. Can't stay out of it forever and let them take care of me again. I have to try something on my own too. I can't just refuse to participate in my own future. Take a closer time for Aspen to leave. Juliet takes the glove and then stands up.
Off to bed?
Not yet, actually. Would you mind staying just a moment longer, Aspen? I have something I'd like to give Miho.
Oh?
It's somewhat related to what we were just talking about.
Oh?
Oh, no, I don't mind.
That? Huh?
For me? What is it?
You'll see. I'll be right back.
Oh? I'm curious now. Disappearing upstairs, I hear Juliet enter her study for a moment, returning with a small, nicely wrapped book.
There's no particular occasion, but still, I felt like wrapping it.
Juliet hands me the package, which I take carefully. It's not heavy, but it's not light either. I turn it over and over, examining. I never had a gift before. Hearing her thought, Aspen seems a bit impatient.
Don't just keep us in suspense.
Okay.
I tear off the paper that Juliet so beautifully wrapped the package with, feeling.
Oh, wow.
What is it? What is it? What is it? I want to know. I want to know. I want to know. What is it? It's a phone. One that I recognize. Huh?
It's the same as Aspen's.
Okay, that's cute.
What a coincidence, right?
I don't think so.
I consulted Aspen to make sure I got the same one. I thought it would be best if she can help show you how to use it. I'm a little behind the times on things like devices.
Aww. It's okay. As gently as I can, I open the box and take out the phone itself. It's sleek and shiny and cold with touch. I hold it on both hands to make sure that I don't drop it.
Thank you. Really. This is the nicest thing I've ever owned.
I love that. Thank you. It was so fucking cute and adorable and
Think nothing of it. As you have more loved ones and responsibilities, it's important that you be able to stay in touch. In fact, that was what gave me the idea in the first place. Like Aspen, I'd also been thinking about your magic and the ways that it might work. So I wonder... Would seeing someone in a video call serve to refresh someone's memory of you? Or is it necessary to see each other in person?
That's an interesting point.
That's a good question. I don't know.
You never cared either.
I can't believe I never thought to ask that before.
It's okay.
Neither Aspen nor I would want to gamble our memories of Miho in case it turns out not to work, so we need to find someone else to participate in our little experiment.
Lena.
With that in mind, I'm not sure who to ask. It's a harmless trial, but still a bit much to ask of a total stranger.
Someone willing to try something weird without hesitation. I'll text Lena.
Right on point. I can't believe I'm good at guessing. Aspen does that. I still have the dice in my hands. Could something so small really solve so many of my problems? It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would be a lot better than nothing if this worked. Even if not, I won't let that change my earlier decision to find some way to be remembered by the people I've met, just like researching my magic. I can't leave everything to someone else or hope for an easy way out.
All right, Lena says she's willing to give it a go. I told her I'd explain more when I saw her. Usually you'd think those would happen in the other order, but this is Lena we're talking about.
That's right. She's that way.
Miho, would you like to come down to the Bell House to see her with me now?
I know.
Sure. As long as Juliet doesn't mind me leaving the library.
She'll be fine.
By all means. I'm eager to see if this works as well.
So it's settled then. Shall we be off, Miho?
Lena's waiting for us outside the Bell House when we arrive.
Morning, boss!
Hey, Lena.
So, you're the person with the weird memory thing, right?
Yeah.
Yep, that's me.
I've already introduced myself to Lena more times than I can count. Still, what's one more? This will be great start to my new goal of making sure that all the people I've come to know don't keep forgetting me. Sounds lovely, doesn't it?
I'm Miho. We've met before, actually. At tennis and at the Bell House and a few other times, too. Okay. Makes sense to me. So how do we do this?
Alright.
Really? That's it?
You're complaining?
What you mean?
I would have thought you'd take more convincing than that.
Oh, girl.
I guess I'm not surprised, but...
Isn't this cute?
Nah, it lines up. I remember doing all those things that Miho mentioned, but I couldn't think of who I was with. Now I
Interesting.
can stop trying to remember that and devote that brain power to something else.
That's fair.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll need it. So, let's see.
I just need to get Miho's number, right? And then video call her tonight?
Right. Any time should be fine as long as it's before this time tomorrow. Miho can come with me again in the morning, and we'll see if you know who she is.
You got it! I'll try extra hard to remember her.
I'm not sure it works like that, unfortunately. I wish it were that simple.
Maybe it is, and you just didn't try hard enough.
She's adorable. Placing a finger on either temple, Lena closes her eyes and hums deeply.
Does that help? Shh, don't interrupt!
Lena hums for a little longer and then opens her eyes with a wink and a thumbs up. Decency here. She's adorable.
Of course it helps. It's my secret technique.
Ah,
Whoa! If it works, then maybe you could teach Aspen too.
I think I'm all right, actually.
You think?
But what if it's really useful?
That's a very big if.
Oh, whatever. You'll see tomorrow when I remember all of this. Anyway, Miho, what's your number?
It's,
I pull out the phone Juliet gave me, inspecting it closely.
I'm not sure where it is.
Then it had written somewhere. I look around the edges, trying to find anything that seems fitting.
Let's do this instead. Miho, may I see your phone?
I hand the device to Aspen, who swipes one finger up and begins to quickly type through the screens.
Whoa, you're a pro at this. Juliet's a lot slower whenever she uses hers.
I'm not sure that Juliet's the right standard. She still prefers a landline when she can.
That's fair.
Okay, here. I saved Lena's number for you, Miho. Now you can call her so she can save your number.
Right.
I'm dying
Okay,
here.
Let's see.
Taking my phone back, I try to remember how to do that. Lena comes and watches from behind Aspen.
New phone?
Moving away, Aspen brushes imaginary dirt off her shoulder.
You're in my bubble.
That's the same kind Aspen has, right?
Yup! This is the first phone I've owned.
Aww.
Wow, really? So then how do you check Triller or Space Face?
What are those?
Stumbling backwards, Lena seems like she's at a loss for words, which might be a first for her. I guess she does have something in common with Aspen.
Wow, you really do have a lot of catching up to do. I'll help you get set up when I call you.
That's
It's
cute.
like you can't not have a Triller, even though it's terrible, I hate it, but you have to have it. Space Phase, I don't know about. Everyone you...
Okay, I think that's enough, Lena.
Oh, you never let me finish talking!
Aww. Whole thing.
You never would finish talking if I didn't stop you.
That could be also right.
That's not true!
Are you sure? For a second, Lena seems pretty serious, and then she thinks about it a second.
Well, maybe a little.
Ah.
Just a little.
Just a little. Yeah. Reminds me to a certain bunny that we have in chat that is trying to sleep. And from time to time she pops in and just says the cutest things ever. She's around. I know she is.
Anyway, it's fine. I'll tell Miho when I talk to her tonight. See you guys later!
I'm going to be in there with you in like 2 minutes.
That's later, isn't it?
She's right. She got you there. Lena flaps her wings proudly as she walks into the bell house.
You let her win, huh?
Aspen sighed.
Sometimes it's better to just let her go. But I'm glad she said she'd help out. She's a mess, but she sticks to her word at least.
You two seem pretty close.
Hmm.
Do we? We started working here at the same time, so we spent a lot of time together.
Hmm.
You've spent more time with her outside the Bell House than I have, though.
Okay, that's fair. That's really fair.
She can be a lot, but she comes through when it matters. Like with this.
Hmm.
I knew before messaging her that she'd be willing to help out. It's just how she is.
That's great.
Don't you dare tell her I said that, though.
Tipping towards the Bell House door, Aspen turns to say goodbye to me.
Well, it's my least favorite time of the day. Time to say goodbye.
I guess so much.
It's not too late to ditch work and hang out with me instead.
Believe me, it sounds more and more tempting each day.
That just means I have to keep trying. I should probably get back to the library too, though.
Yeah, you should.
Yes, don't let me keep you. As much as I'd like to.
I really like that. We come together for a quick quiz. I like this new routine of doing that every time we say goodbye. And thank you.
I'll see you tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Of course. You know where to find me.
I think she does.
Good. I hope you have a wonderful day, Miho. I love you.
That gets me every single time and makes me even more gay. I didn't think it was possible, but it's just and gayer. I am gay.
I love you too. Have a good day at work.
I'll do my best.
I don't think I can be even more gay, guys. I didn't think it was possible. This game? Aspen walks inside and the bells over the door chime, like they are happy to see her. I wait until the door fully closes behind her and she disappears from sight before I head out on my way. It's almost bedtime when my phone finally buzzes, startling me and almost making me drop my phone on my face. Lina's name pops up and I tap what I hope is the right button.
Hello? Miho? Can you hear me? It's Lina!
Her face fills the screen, making it pretty easy to see who it is. I wiggle the phone around trying to make it point at my face. Problem is, it's reversed, so I keep confusing myself. How does Aspen use this thing so much?
Hi! I see you! Can you see me?
Yep. Hi!
Ah. She waves at the camera with her free hand. I have to sit up to do the same thing.
Thanks for calling. This is gonna be a big help.
No, yeah, no problem. Sorry I've forgotten you so many times.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
I know I'd be totally upset if people couldn't remember who I was. It's like, hello? How can you forget me?
It's alright. I'm pretty used to it by now.
Yeah, but still, it's gotta suck.
It does.
I've got an idea, though. I'll just call you like this every night, and that way I won't forget you, right? If this works out, I mean.
Yeah. If it works.
That's nice of her.
I really, really hope it does. Still, every night...
Even if the phone makes it a lot easier, that's a lot of phone calls to make. Forever. Funny how that word keeps getting in my way.
Yeah, it's no big deal though. I mean, I'm always on my phone before I go to bed anyway, so I can just make calling you part of my routine, like brushing my teeth and stretching. Ever since I quit ballet, I have more free time, so I can fit it in. That way I won't forget to do it. That would be kind of funny if I did, though. Not like funny, but funny like ironic. I think that's how you use that word. Aspen always tells me I'm wrong, though. Actually, speaking of Aspen...
Oh. Lena goes to tell me a story about work today, which turns into a story from work the day before. She goes on like that for a while. I try to smile and laugh when it seems appropriate, but my arm is starting to get sore from holding out my phone like this. Finally, she runs off steam and yawns, stitching into sleepy mode in seconds.
Anyway, I just thought that was funny. I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm super tired. You're coming to the Bell House in the morning, right?
Yup. I'll be there with Aspen.
Yay!
Okay, see you soon then. I hope. Well, I'll see you either way, but I hope I remember you. Sorry if I don't.
Aww.
That's fine. Thanks for trying. Good night.
I try to figure out how to hang up. My finger hovering over the screen while I'm about to squeeze a bag. Fortunately, Lena does it first, and that ends the goal for both of us. I lie back down with my phone in my hand. It isn't heavy, but it's definitely a big deal. This workout with Lena tomorrow, it could change everything for me again. Ah! Okay, I found how to open the lock directly without just going to the menu first. That's nice. I'm not sure if Lena really thought about what she was getting into when she said she'd call me every day. Same goes for Aspen and Juliet, of course. I'm sure all of them mean it when they promise, but those are really hard promises to keep, no matter who's making them, even though they're all willing to go through so much trouble for me. Odds are at some point at least one of them will eventually miss a day, and that'll be that. No second chances, even if we started over, it will never be exactly the same. With my other hand, the one that isn't holding the phone, I reach up and grab my necklace, feeling the warmth of my bead. It's been a big pain lately, but for such a long time, my magic was my most useful tool, my secret weapon. As much hiding and scavenging as I did before, it would have been 10 times worse if any of my cries had followed me. Are those days really past me now? Permanently? Aspen's idea about stopping my magic is interesting, and I can't get it out of my head. Being able to be remembered by everyone I care about is the number one thing I could ask for right now. Will it always be that way? Say there was a way that I could change things and make it so people didn't forget me. What if it wasn't possible for me to change my mind later? Sure, it sounds nice at the moment, but for ever so long time, I've been reminded of that. Tuck my necklace up so that I can see the bead. It still has a soft white glow to it. I wish I knew what it meant. I wish I knew what any of it meant, or how it worked. I wish I didn't have to deal with these questions and problems. Of all the forms of my magic today, I had to do this confusing one. Wrapping my bead in my fist, I yank my necklace off my neck and hurl it away from me. It clatters and rattles as it hits the wall and then the floor, lying like a snake in the darkness. Closing my eyes, I suddenly count in my head. 1, 2. There is no flicker of hope as my necklace reappears around my throat, as if it had never left. My beat hasn't changed at all, not that I expected it to. Sighing, I roll over into my side, not tired enough to think, but not feeling like doing much else either. This necklace has felt like a lot of things before. A comfort, a memento, a guide. It's been my one constant since the beginning. Right now, Maybe against my pillow. Feels like an anchor. And that's the end of the day. And we will leave it here for next stream. There was not decision making or anything here, so I'm going to write that one. So that we go to the title screen, and then I go here.
I'm gonna take a...
And that was it for today. Oof. That's been a long, honestly. It's been a long for this stream, for how things worked out. This is such an amazing game. I really love it. Yeah, we are gonna raid Puffin today because it's her birthday, and we are going to wish her a really amazing day. So we are gonna just leave her. Bye, baby. Have a nice sleep, you cutie. So those are the free messages. Feel free to use them. You don't have to. It would be nice if you do. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow probably. I'm doing more art and such, like always. So it'd be nice if I see you. If I see you all the time. I love you. I really love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for just staying and for being the amazing beings that you are today. Thank you so much. I love you. I really love you. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then, please stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourself, take care of each other, and remember that I love you. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.